Dun, dun. Hello everyone! Let's see if this works. Ads automator is off. Monetization is on, so people can send me the things they need to send me. And the computer sound is off, so I can't hear if I'm live or not. But I'm hoping I am. Hello everyone! So, what I've done is I put this all on this screen today. So, this screen has got the questions, it's got the camera, it's got everything set up on it. In rather a similar pattern to what it is set up. So, hopefully, he says, hopefully, he says he's able to move everything. That's all locked in. All I want to move is that window. Because I'm getting OCD about this bit. No idea what that I was trying to move was, so we'll leave that to one side. That's that one. That's that one. Yay! I got it. That's better. I'm happy now. Hello everyone. How are you doing today? Hello. Let's see. So, hello Night Security everyone. Calvin Gasberg, Paul Amos, and hello Jacob. Hello John Shea. Hello Wayne. Hello Leslie Mitchell, hello Tanif, hello Steve Clarke, hello Michael Cooch, hello Jacob, hello Frank Spazata, hello Peter Dawson, hello DeBrock, hello Timmy Locker, hello Robo Finker, hello DG40, hello Mark Harness, hello Stephen Richards, hello Danny Wright, hello Draken Red, hello, let's see, Stafford Thompson, hello, good to see some admins here this evening. It's always helpful when they're here. Hello Runon, hello all the people who are here. Bugguy89, hello. Haven't seen you in a while, I think. Hope you're okay. Hello, Malaga. Hello, Albazaski. Hello, Byron Newman. Hello, Vice Admiral Nelson. And hello, hello, Raptorat. Hello, Peter Oh, I've said hello to Peter, but I'll say Peter. We're loud. Loud, apparently. Volume as usual, 4.5. So, am I loud or am I quiet? I've been trying to get it to work louder. It's been amazing. Since there's been an update, I'm not sure what's changed, but it's quickly. It is quite, and the questions section, as you can see, is live. It is for Bruships 153, which I'm fairly sure this is. Lag is annoying. Not letting questions into the system. Okay. Why are you not letting questions into the system? Okay, live chat working okay. Live chat. Yeah, both boxes. Both boxes. Working fine. So, questions. Let's end the Q&A. And let's restart the Q&A. Okay, is it not allowing anyone to put a question in? Not allowing anyone to put a question in. I'm gonna have to come with an idea, aren't I? Okay, so. Give me a second. If it's not going to allow me to put questions in that way, I am going to have to come up with an idea. Which admiral do I think was the most ironic? Which there are so many, but there was a guy called Admiral Coward at one point, who was definitely not a coward. Now, this is where I really need a fleet of oceans to do my question checking for me. But what am I going to do? I'm going to create a text channel. Right then, let's escort that. And let's add Bruships 153 below me. Edit. Or pin message. And let's add. So if I change from that to that, and I put that there, and I rearrange some things. So if I take that and stick that over there, and I take that and I stick that over there, I now got a very shrunken face space. But let's do that a bit. Make that a bit thinner, so I get a bit more face space. And that will have to do for today. I do apologize. I'm going to have to change them round. I just realized that. In terms of real life, because otherwise my eyes are going to be looking in the wrong direction for the wrong thing. Helpful when it does that. But that goes there. That goes there. And I can still have that on doing something, because that can be watching that. Alright, and I'm going to quickly go to lock that, unlock that, and move that to there. And then I'm going to put a link to this. There's going to be... Actually, can someone put a link to this down below? Oh, well, thank you for putting a link to Bruships 153 down there. Thank you, Tamasu. And I'm going to put a link to this channel. Create invite. Edit invite link. No maximum limit. Expires. Never. Generate new link. Copy. And I'm going to go quickly to the section. I'm going to say Discord chat. as YouTube questions aren't working. Apologies. If it's not working, I had that. This is why I have backups for everything. This is why I have it. People think I'm nuts for having backups for everything. I literally have this conversation with my colleagues and Shipshape, and they go, hide member list, DLC. Yeah, I am going to hide the member list. I'm just remembering how to do it, because I haven't had to do it in a long time. Sorry, how do I hide member list? Anyone remember how to hide member list? Just put a quick advice. No, I'm not inserting ads. Anyone remember how to hide member list? It's the flotilla leaders and Killix at the top. Click the dolls. Ah, thank you. Perfect. I haven't had to do that in such a long time. I was worried if I pressed the wrong button, I'd cause trouble. And let's also make this a little bit narrower for my face, so I get a little bit more facial space. Not because I'm egotistic about my face, but because otherwise I get people complaining sometimes that my face disappears off the sides. Thank you. So, hopefully, that is all okay. And hopefully, I can get on with the racing boxes. I'm going to answer some questions first. Let's see. Tematus82, you got a national service, your thoughts? Okay, so I have a small issue on this one. As I've said before, I've been a councillor for a certain political party in my local area. And in election times, I tend not to get involved in politics. But I would say in this case, they've wandered into my area of defence, so I'm going to answer it. I've been looking at it, and I've looked at the policies, and I think it could be an interesting... It's going to depend on how it's implemented. Because my instinctual reaction is that so few of the volunteers, of the people who do national service, only 30,000 a year, will be doing something with the armed forces. And I'm basically sitting there going, well, if you're going to have them for a year, you're infantrymen. That's it, pretty much. If you consider this, like, most warships, when they're on... if they go out on a tour, that's 9 months. You're not going to be trained and able to be deployed, trained in 3 months and deployed for 9 months, and be able to get it done in a year. It's going to be interesting to see how it gets. Now, yes, you can do trickle crewing and all these things, but that requires a very high degree of training, far more than you're going to get done in that time to have that deployment. Also, the first time something happens, you're going to have a big issue. However, when I say this, I do say this in the full knowledge that actually there are some models of national service which we're actually going to be seeing soon, hopefully, ship-shape crew, if everything works out as planned, in Norway, Sweden, Finland, etc., which are actually very good. I myself see it as a way for probably, I think what will happen is a lot of people use it as a way of trying before they buy. So they'll try out the Navy, they'll try out the Army, they'll try out the Air Force, and maybe they'll consider a career. I don't think you'll get anyone new volunteering for those things. But I think you get them trying it out before they buy, sort of thing. So you might actually get more recruits that way, but that also might put people off. What they can be used for, what they can do, that's up to a discussion. But there are certain organisations which I would keep them far away from. Anything which is an expeditionary force, for example. I wouldn't have them anywhere near the Royal Marines, I wouldn't have them anywhere near the Paras, I wouldn't have them anywhere near the Gurkhas, I wouldn't have them anywhere near anything which is an expeditionary force. Because anything you're going to be sending in as a theatre entry force is high risk. And requires a lot of training, but also, more importantly, it's a level of risk which you probably want to be sending volunteers from. Carl Gasmus, he's still banned from your server. Yeah, Carl, you did manage to... the beautiful thing, Carl, you managed to do was annoy every single one of the flotilla leaders. So, we're just going to leave that to one side. Assume you could swap one British admiral for one American admiral in 1939. Who would you choose and why? The officer could not name an admiral. I think I'm going to go with the entire chat, which has gone for Admiral Lee, because Admiral Lee would be great to have. And because I keep trying to get rid of him in so many ways, the Lord of Cork and Ori can go. So basically, I am not doing a like-for-like swap of equal quality officers. I am getting rid of a bad one who peaked for the Royal Navy a few years earlier, and replacing him with one who was a very good U.S. Navy officer. Yes, this is the right place to ask a YouTube question this evening. It's on a 15-second delay, so you can only ask one question every 15 seconds. Run on. For each of the main nations in World War I, what, if any, war emergency ship classes did they have? For the Royal Navy, if war in emergency, you're looking at the flag class sloops. They're basically minesweepers, rapidly built, then used for other things. And for others, well, you could argue about the 4 stackers for the US Navy, but they're built to such a standard, I'm not sure if I really want to call them war emergency destroyers. And honestly, a lot of monitors and small vessels. That's usually the war emergency ships are going to be small vessels. You could argue about Fisher's Follies. Thanks, Steve Clarke. Not complaining about this, but then how do I send Bruships questions? Carl? See if you can get someone to post them to there. But okay, no, can't get on Discord. If you can't get them, can you please at them at... I'm going to volunteer Runon and Steve and Paul for this, because they're the first 3 admins I see. So either Runon, Steve, or Paul, you have been volunteered in a great tradition of... If people can't get onto Discord, they can add questions at you, and you can decide whether you're going to put them in or not. Are dates locked in for the Nordic Tour? They are, we just haven't started fundraising yet because the website's still being sorted out. So it's locked in, but I'm not advertising it until the fundraising started. Because that's my rule. I never advertise, nor do I do more than have penciled in with all the museums, etc., until we start advertising, because it's not fair if we have to move things around. I don't know if I can do a pin post in the YouTube chat. Okay, don't worry, Steve. Oh, I can pin a message. That should be pinned. And ending the Q&A. Feature nationality in Model 1, what were their most underrated ships, and any idea speculation is fine. Why were they underrated? Honestly, I'd say for pretty much all of them, it's the older pre-dreadnoughts and cruisers. They're underrated because they're old, but they're still very useful for bombardment missions, for escort missions, for all sorts of work they do. And they're used the whole way through the war. If they hadn't been useful, they wouldn't have been used to the extent they were. Pretty much. So William Boyle would end up being Leahy. Ooh. I'm not sure if he would end up being Leahy, but he'd probably have some fun. You see, the trouble is with Corkanori is he has quite a good interwar service. He's quite good on... He's just... When wartime comes, he shifts between being super aggressive and not actually controlling his forces. No, I understand the hours were to be 4 ships, then increased to 6, but why were Montana's instead intended to be 5 ships? That's a very odd number. I think it's literally shipyard capacity. I think that was it. That was it. I think it's one of the things of, at that point, the US Navy, the only thing that's really restricting them is shipyard capacity. Andrew, what is something that others have volunteered you for? Oh, I've been volunteered for many things. Usually because I have a loud voice, I'm put in charge of things. Or organised. Or get told that I'm doing the organisation administration of things because I'm organised. I quote a Draken FL who said, yes, he's a little bit more organised. And I went, yay, that's a nice compliment. And then, so you can coordinate all the museums, can't you? Oh, I love you. That's fine. Hoping to help you at the finish leg. Oh, that would be good, and I will. The details will be out soon. But that's, the rough scrounge I'll give you is the finish leg will be in the first week of July, because the way it's running, it's looking like that's when we'll sort of be getting there, and we'll be arriving, and then wandering around Helsinki and all that area, doing all sorts of fun things, and all sorts of fun stuff. It's going to be nutty. But it's going to be the first week of July if we get to, when we get to Finland, and basically we're doing big guns. That's as much as I'm going to reveal on that one at the moment. Renan, Steve Richards, Q Elizabeth Warspite come across Yamato at night. What could happen? At night, they've got very good radar. It's going to depend exactly when it is. But they've got very good radar and very good gun rate of fire control, so their plan is going to be to get as close as they can do before they fire. And that's your problem. Their radar's probably going to pick up Yamato further away than Yamato's going to... It's going to depend on the speed Yamato's doing, because Yamato, they might never be able to catch up, but if they are in a intercept course and it is working, then they're going to close with their guns focused on Yamato until they see them twitch. The British doctrine is literally to wait until they start trying to move their guns. As their turrets start to move, boom! That's when you fire. So it's going to depend on how close they get, but let's be honest, it doesn't matter how much armor you have. If a battleship gets down to point-blank range, that ship's gone. Jacob, late age of sail question. Oh, good lord, it's going fast. I've been looking at several pieces of 19th century art and see quite a few signal flags spelling out what looks like call signs, 4 or 5 letters. Diatrons often start with a P, as they do now. I thought call signs only came with radio stations, so when did they start, or is it something else I'm seeing? What you're probably seeing is squadrons and specific admirals. So if you're sending a command to a specific admiral to break off and do something, or pass on something else to an admiral, or to focus your battery, that's what you're seeing. Because as you can imagine, it's the case of you give a command. You don't always want to give your command to your whole fleet. So you have letter designates for certain squadrons or admirals, and so they go out to them. And it changes depending on which navy, whether they're talking about squadron or admiral, but let's be honest, it's basically the same thing, because it's that admiral's forces. Tempest, when the ships of the Royal Navy go from DC to AC? Well, honestly, the Daring class destroyers tested out, and it's in the 60s. They complete the transition, but it's 50s, 60s. You have to say it's over phase time because there's old ships still operating on it while new ships are coming in on it, and yeah, it's fun. Andrew, could you please compare the Essex and Illustrious class in terms of ship handling? If two of each, with a comparing battle group and an escort, dueled in 1944 in the Central Med, Indian Ocean and South China Sea, who has the better chances? Does day-night change outcome? I would say, considering the Americans' night flying capabilities in that period, night gives an advantage to the Illustrious class. I would say if you have two of each comparable, I would say daytime sheer weight of capability. It's got to be with the Essexes to an extent, but the Illustriouses have very good fighter control and very good fighter coordination. Even in 1944 compared to the Americans are good, but have got a lot better and are really good, but the British are still have a slight edge just because of sheer length of time of practice. I'd say in the Mediterranean, the Illustrious class has a big advantage because there isn't as much space to hide, so that means you've got more space. South China Sea, again, it's slightly more limited to places to hide, but you've got more than the Med. And the Indian Ocean, you've got a lot of places to hide. So Indian Ocean, I think that could probably go the way of the Essexes, especially if they can make it a daytime duel. Okay. I hope that answered that one. Seneca Nero. What is the funniest name of an admiral in the Royal Navy? Can we answer that question when I've got the book with all the Royal Navy admirals in it out? Because I want to be quite sure I'm getting the name right, because there was one who was pretty weird. Cochrane is usually one which can make people laugh. Okay. So that's from Seneca Nero. Blackburn Maximus. If Admiral Cranach won Cornell with Canopus there and Trowbridge pressed on sinking Breslau, forcing Goeben to be interned in Greece, what would they go on to do? And would any of them replace Beatty? Oh, that's an interesting one. Craddock would probably get immediate promotion and possibly take Sturdy's role in charge of a battle squadron. Probably still Sturdy gets it, but the thing is, they're both going to be pretty darn senior at that point, and so they might get other more senior jobs which might position them to eventually get in the Grand Fleet, because they're going to have won battles early on, so they might well get... It's going to depend on what their next postings are, whether they can replace BT running the Grand Fleet. If, let's say, Craddock won Cornell, he's a rear admiral, he's not going to be senior enough, but Trowbridge... If he wins sinks Breslau, forces Goeben to intern into Greece, so Goeben's not there. Trowbridge might end up getting command of the forces which are to organise against Gallipoli, and let's be honest, he's far more methodical and likely to wait for the troops. And without them having Goeben inside there as an extra force, that's going to change that potentially. Melanie, what you just described is called voluntold. No, it's Royal Marines volunteering, or Royal Navy volunteering. You're volunteering. You basically, it's the same rule as, let's say you'd call out, you go, right then, Clarke, Drac, Garius, step out of line. Right, I require 3 volunteers. I've seen it, had it done to me. It's fun. You're volunteering. Iron Duke 6100. If UK had taken Norway, what would the natural what would the natural resources have gone to? How would the people of Norway feel about British being there? Honestly, probably not that happy. But remember, the UK's plan wasn't to take all of Norway; it was to garrison their ports. It's kind of weird. It would have led to a very interesting relationship at least. At best. At worst, it leads to open war between the two nations. And yeah, it would have been highly intriguing. I think the Norwegians would be not so happy. But there again, if they think the likelihood of the German invasion was high, let's say the British do it while fighting off a German attempted invasion, they might just be happier having the British dead than everyone else. Robert Dennett, battle scenario in detail, please. The remaining small active US Navy fleet in February 1915 get transported back to Jutland and find themselves in the place of the Germans. USN radar is barely functional, but they know history. The USN fleet is in February 1950 get transported back to Jutland. From February 1950, they probably start squawking on every radio they can, we're allies. We're allies. Because whilst it's pre the American involvement in World War I, they probably either squawk we're allies or go to high speed and head for America. Probably the latter. And knowing knowing the rough idea of where the Royal Navy is, they're going to avoid the Royal Navy like a plague and get through. Especially as that fleet, if they get the active USN fleet in February 1950, they got plenty of oilers. They can probably get them back to America, and then the Germans have lost their fleet. If the Germans suddenly found themselves with the USN ships from 1950 and 1916, they'd have a panic attack. Because, let's be honest, in 1950, the missiles haven't come in yet. Yes, they've got radar, woo-hey, but the sheer volume of fire and battleships heading your way, not good. Not a good scenario. You've not got a lot of ships which have got the armor to take them. And they don't know how to operate the systems. They're not going to learn at that time. But pretty much, if the Americans go back in time to they're heading home. Jacob, no, I'm looking at cargo sailing ships. Well, actually, they're even more likely to do that, because the thing about cargo sailing ships is they often sail in massive convoys. If you think about it, a merchant convoy could be 200 to 300 ships. They'd have senior captains coordinating certain groups of ships. They'd often bring together convoys. The Dutch were notorious for this. They would have hundreds of ships in some of their convoys. You need to do a lot of coordination. This is one of the reasons why the Dutch Navy is quite so good at its tactics and operations, is because their merchant fleet is basically a navy. Runon, from BugGuy229, does the Royal Navy have shipyard issues like the US is having, or is it more of a money and a personnel problem? Oh, it's a mixture of the two. Basically, it's a realization we need to invest more in shipyards. We're not maxing them out because we haven't ordered enough ships to max them out. But yeah, we should actually probably be maxing them out. Maximus, if all 4 Admiral class being built instead of the other 3 cancelled, and the Hawkins class was built as a 15,000-ton cruiser with 4 9.2-inch guns, how does it affect the Washington Naval Treaty and World War II? Well, if you have 4 admirals in service, and they're all 40+ thousand tons, I think it's far more difficult for anyone to push through an idea of 35,000 tons as your limit for your capital ship. I think possibly it goes up to 40,000 tons. Also, you have to remember the Americans considered them equivalent to the 16-inch gun ships. So they would say, that's equivalent to our 16-inch gun ships. The British would go, no, we want a 16-inch gun ship. So it might end up with the Americans agreeing the British can build two 16-inch gun ships and the Americans get to finish off 6. Or 5, I'm not sure which way it goes, and the Japanese get to finish off on an equivalent number, and it might even be rolled down to the French and the Italians. They get the option of doing an equivalent number of new build ships. It would be interesting. It would change things a lot. As for the Hawkins class at 15,000 tons and 4 9.9.2-inch guns, well, then you've just got your new limit. Your new limit for your cruisers is going to be anything below 15,000 tons in standard and 10-inch guns. And so all your carriers which are 15,000 tons are not going to be counted against your treaty tonnage. Your carrier tonnage, all those things. And carrier tonnage, it's basically going to compound change everything. That's going to make ships much bigger, that much more powerful in the run-up to World War II. Because if you think about it, if you're designing the King George V's on 40,000 tons, you've got an extra 5,000 tons to spare. That's at least 3 quadruple turrets. Or 4 triple turrets, knowing the Royal Navy. You could go with 4 triple turrets. And it's going to change Nelson and Rodney, because they'll probably be 28-knot ships, because you can do that with having those 16-inch guns. And all sorts of options you can do to going to change the history. So it's going to completely change everything, because your reference point markers for what the Japanese are going to be building, what the Italians, what the Germans are going to be building are completely changed. Runon, KVG, KO1. Any thoughts on the new automated Chinese cruise missile factory with a 1,000-day production? Or is it a build area? It is really a build area, but I would add that I'm not really sure whether I'd call it automated from what I've read. I think it's being... don't take this the wrong way, but there are the Chinese factory machine manufacturers who are trumpeting that quite heavily, and it's good advertising for them because they're trying to sell their equipment. If the Chinese government wants to up it because they want to up their image and capability, and missile manufacturers want to up their things and capability. Hello, Doodah. Why do I have a corgi joining me? Hello. Sorry, I've been joined by a corgi. So I would say, whilst I'm sure it's very good and very capable, I wouldn't be surprised if the reality versus the image is a few rounding ups. Because there's a lot of people involved who's incentivized to round up. And one thing I never trust is defense arms manufacturers when they tell me their production figures. And then when I've got people who are actually selling the equipment used to produce those things also trumpeting figures, I trust it even less, because that's now 2 groups who want to trumpet numbers. Yeah, sales is what they're after. Blackburn Maximus. If the Queen Elizabeth class had been built to similar hull dimensions as HMS Tiger, could Agincourt have 4 twin 18-inch guns? Possibly, but it's going to be a tight squeeze. It's going to be a very tight squeeze. Hello, what are you up to? Why are you licking 4-5? We've been over this before. You do not lick a sledgehammer. It doesn't need to be licked. What are you doing? If you're sick later, that's on you. Because I don't know what you're chewing up in here. Corgis, they literally are mobile, self-propelled hoovers. They will eat anything. Doodar, do you want to come off on my lap? Oh, lap? No, you're too busy trying to go after whatever's on the floor. What do you think of the USN testing and possibly... Runon, Buggate829, what do you think of the USN testing and possibly getting the Patriot missiles to work with their ships? It's a useful extra thing. Honestly, it's just extra missiles. At this point, the US are just sort of showing off we can work our missiles with anything. Their Aegis and Saturn missile combination are perfectly fine. Being able to data link with Patriot just helps out even more. And being able to use Patriot from ships just adds extra fun to it. And I found a source saying the U-boat bunker Horis was built inside of a construction dock that was close to being finished for the H-class. Can you confirm? And if so, how close to the finish was the dry dock, to your knowledge? Yes, to my knowledge, though. Hornice, yeah, started 1944. I'm not quite sure about the idea for it being on an H-class one. It's certainly, I think, close to an area where there was one in, but I'm not 100% sure if it was on it or separate to it. So that I'd have to look up slightly more. I'd have to look up slightly more, so I can't be too sure on that one. I don't want to say something which is not true. I have a strong suspicion it was built on the site, but I don't 100% know that and can't see from my notes. Because all I've got is built same place. So that can mean same city, same town, or same site. My own notes are being my own bugbear here. Iron Duke. 61,000. How well would the Java have stood up against the Graf Spee? I think you mean the HNLMS Java, which was the Dutch vessel. She sunk during the Nevada Strait. And she's armed with 10 6-inch guns. Solo, not great. If she'd replaced one of the Leanders, she'd have been fine. She'd have been pretty darn good. But, yeah. Solo, not great. Michael66, I think you once mentioned that USS Japanese World War II carrier doctrine would not have worked well in the Med. Do I misremember? Or if not, why weren't their doctrines suitable? Well, it's not so much their doctrines weren't suitable drugs, and I usually let him wander around the garden while he works it through his system because he's had his worming tablets. They decided to put him in with me. And I hoped if I just kept my feet out the way, that was going to be fine. But unfortunately, my feet got in the way. Ouch. If you want, I'll put the toes up on the camera so you'll see it's fine, but it is fine. Yeah, it's fine. Friend, where was I in questions? Oh, but I was on the US-Japanese carrier doctrine. So, US-Japanese carrier doctrine, the trouble is, it's not so much the doctrine's bad, but because of their emphasis on the strike capability, and they don't yet have the fighter control, the radar systems, etc., to provide them with some measure of security. And even then, when they do get it, it's still the Mediterranean. The sheer number of land forces and land-based air attack you're going to get is going to be very heavy. The fact is, their carriers are not going to stand up with it. So basically, they'll do great on day one because of their air group numbers, etc. But their carrier will get damaged, and it won't be available on day two. And that's the problem. It's not so much a bad doctrine as their doctrine is for one of maneuver and one of space to maneuver. And it's based on the sort of the prevalence and capabilities at the time that they're going to face. The British doctrine have the same ideas, hence the Ark Royal, etc., and the strike carrier concept. But the fact is, the British also have the realism of forget. Our geostrategic situation is different. We have to adapt for that. Blackburn Maximus. If you had full control of the French forces and a budget of 5% of the GDP, what navy would you build today? I'm probably looking at 2 to 3 carriers, and I would be looking at eventually replacing the Mistrals with 2 to 3 more ships of the same, of roughly a slightly larger size. I would be looking at a force of what I would design would be 7 escort groups around that. Each escort group would be led by what I will loosely call a cruiser or a large multi-purpose escort. Would have 2 air defense destroyers, i.e. vessels focused around air defense capabilities, and 3 ASW vessels. And that would be my core fleet of my deployable forces. I'd also want some presence ships, so sloops, corvettes, whatever you want to call them, which I would deploy where I needed around the world, and I'd be looking at having the appropriate RAS for that, so I'd probably want at least 4 to 5 RAS groups to support those forces. So I could basically, if I wanted, could deploy 3 amphibious task groups and 3 carrier battle groups, or any mixture thereof. And so I would always have one of those. I would always have a 1 carrier battle group and 1 amphibious task group available for operations, and usually have at least one. Usually have more because I could interplay them. So I usually have them at sea. So that would be the sort of thing of what I'd be structuring my forces around. And I'd want to keep one of the. I'd probably want to keep at least one of those groups the other side of the Suez, 1 west of Suez, 1 east of Suez, if I could, so I could have the flexibility across the wider French Empire, or other French nation, because you have to consider they have territory which is in the Indian Ocean, they have territory which is in the Pacific, and it's all considered part of territorial France, so, and the Caribbean as well. So you have to provide a far higher level of security than that. Now, and thanks Paul and Runo for all you're doing. Melanie, how do I sound? You can expect you to say that with half your arm barely detached. Yeah. Look, I once punctured my skull playing rugby. And all I did was sit in the school office, tasting blood and going, it tastes like strawberries. Because it wound up the school secretary. I'm that kind of personality. But yeah, basically I'd want to be building a deployable core force whilst having a presence force out around the world. I'd say it's a Lexington-class carrier. Judging by its funnel and its shaping, but it might not be. I think only Lexington class had. I think that could be Saratoga. Is that Saratoga? No, it might not be a Lexington class actually. It could be a Yorktown, isn't it? Because they have a very similar funnel. I think that's a Yorktown. And if that is the Empire State Building in the background, all of them are built by Newport News. So that's no help. But Enterprise was broken up at New Jersey, so I'm going to go with that's USS Enterprise. Plus, what US museum ship or submarine do you think would do best if it was permanently or temporarily in the UK? I'm so tempted to say Texas because I like her. I think what would probably do best these days is an aircraft carrier, honestly. So Midway. Runon, Budguy229 does. Hang on, no, Black Mambas. I was wondering if you would be able to clarify this with me, but would a Dominion of 1931 Statue of Westminster be able to declare war independent of the UK British Empire? In theory, they have the capacity to. In practice, no, because of the way they're wedded into the Empire. So, in theory, yes, but in practice, no. They're not going to do it independently of the UK because so much of the logistics and other systems depend upon the UK. Ron, Bug89, does the UK use the Patriot system, or do they have their own land-based system? Saw a video where the USA can twin or quad back the Patriot missiles in each year's own missile. The UK don't have Patriot. The UK do not have long-range land-based air defense. They have basically Land Scepter. They have their version of Sea Scepter, which is land-based. That might be going to get some upgrades soon, and they might go for something else. But it's in discussion. It certainly was something I would support. But there again, there's also the idea we could do what Japan is doing, which is basically building some very large air defense vessels, which are just going to sit between the UK and the threat and just go, you want to get past us? Hank, if the South Carolina F proposals had been built instead of the originals, how much better or worse would they have performed in World War II? So, I think you mean the North Carolina class, because they're the ones built before World War II, not the South Carolinas. And F was this variant. So I'm going to do this, so I can go down here and go, there you go, this is the F. How much better or worse would they do in World War II? Well, all their guns are at their stern, which isn't really great for combat reasons, but it does theoretically work as long as you angle your ship. But it's one of those things of, it's a broadside, we're fighting in broadside scenario, not we are actually chasing our opponent. And all your aviation forward. I could see these ships having some radical alterations as time went on. I really could. Basically, it's far better in the reverse. If they'd done it with an all-forward arrangement with the aviation all aft, that would have been probably a fairly good fit, because you could have pointed your ship towards the enemy and fired all your guns at them. In this form, you can't do that. You have to point your ship away from the enemy. That's not really useful. So how much better or worse would they do in World War Two? Probably they'd be about the same, but that's because of the circumstances they were operating in. Although there would be an interesting scenario for, well, let's be honest, for the ships when they get in, they actually do get into combat. I think Lee might not be as appreciative of that particular USS Washington as he was the historical one. Blackburn Maximus. How much could the UK have been better off if the impression if during the 20s they had gone on a large naval upgrade, build program, and infrastructure upgrade? How much better off? They would have been putting a lot of money into the economy, which would not have been down to the securities banking section, so there'd been infrastructure construction work going on. It would probably even things out. There'd be a lot less unemployment, which might mean that more projects actually get completed in the end. Right, Robert Dennett. Now with decades of hindsight, what would your procurement of USN carry assets in 1950 to 1975 look like in terms of refits and orders? I don't think the USS America would have been something I'd have gone with. But in the end, because as much as I like it, I don't think it was necessarily sensible. I think I would have been ordering more from the get-go and trying to keep the numbers slightly higher. I would probably be aiming to keep... And I would... It's going to sound strange, but the US Navy had a sort of period where what they did was for every class of destroyer leaders, but they later called them cruisers, they built, one of them was a nuclear vessel and the rest were all conventional. I would have probably turned that on its head with aircraft carriers, in that every 3 or so carriers I built, one would be conventional. And the reason is I could keep the conventional carriers in reserve. I can't keep the nuke carriers in reserve. So I would build it up so I would have a force which would be basically 8 nuclear carriers in service, 4 let's say gas-powered carriers in service, and 4 in reserve, if that makes sense. That would be how I would run it, so that I could keep a reserve, so I would not be so stressed by wartime considerations, but also would have the ability to use other yards, and would have the ability to use other facilities, and to use my carriers in different ways. I think that'd be a really good, useful addition to the American force, because it would still keep their strategic capabilities, but it would allow them to have a reserve capability. That would be how I would have gone about it. Here's a hint. Yeah, I think that's Enterprise. I think it was Enterprise. Idric, what is the next ship or museum you hope to visit? Narvik. Narvik is the next one I hope to visit. Polemus, Black Guy 229, do you think the USN should build more America-class LHDs in their standard LHD version? I think they should probably build more of the LHDs because they need them. Slain, if you could go back and tell the Allies to and the reason they need them is because, honestly, the Americans need the amphibious warfare flexibility and the ability to station forces in peacetime where they need to station them. Stanley, if you go back and tell the Allies to accept the naval treaties at the best time of all time, gain the most advantage, when would it be? London Naval Treaty. First London Naval Treaty. Exit in 1930. That's you've brought your stability. You've locked in some of advantage, and that gets you time to really start building up. And honestly, you could really build up. And basically, what I'd do is I'd almost tell them to go to a second London Naval Treaty where there's no cumulative limits. There's only limits on the tonnage of things, but you can build as many as you like. Because that's all you need to do. You don't even need to exit the treaty system completely. You just go, right then, so you're only allowed to build 35,000-ton battleships and 27,000-ton carriers and 10,000-ton cruisers, but now there's no limit. You can build as many as you like of them. And that could actually be an interesting thing for Japan, etc., because that might actually get them involved. But also, it could mean that Japan's militaristic factions get a real knock on their head, because they're then looking at how many Britain and America could be knocking out. Plus, if it happens in 1930, the odds are you get a load of 16-inch gunships and no one tries with 14-inch gunships. So there's a difference between bad doctrine and suitable doctrine for different situations. Yes, and that's pretty much the point I try and make about the British versus American versus Japanese doctrines. And this is why I don't like the phrase, this doctrine's better than another doctrine. In certain circumstances, each doctrine has its advantages and its disadvantages. And you design your doctrine for your geostrategic situation. It isn't a one-size-fits-all, and that's when you get into trouble, when people try and pretend or treat these systems as one-size-fits-all. Everyone should do that because X is doing it. Is not a good reason. You have to decide what's best for you. Top 5 ships from each category that you would keep as British Museum ships from post-Washington scrapping to today. Oh, I'd want to keep top 5 ships from each category. Well, you'd have to keep Warspite. You'd have to keep Warspite. In terms of aircraft carriers, I want Illustrious. In terms of destroyers, I'd love to say a tribal class because that's my favourite, but I'm gonna go for a V&W class destroyer because that's the one which saw World War I and World War II and all the additions and changes in that scenario. And that's up to 3. And then cruiser-wise, I think you have to go with a county class. You have to go with county class. Go with HMS London. And then 5, I probably should go with a sloop, but I'm going to go with a wild card, and I'm going to say HMS Furious, because boy, does she show a lot. Iron Duke. Let's see. Could you do us a favour and imagine what an Italian version of Atlanta Dido class cruiser would look like? Skipper Afrikaners don't count. They don't. That's cruelty! Saying they don't count! That's evil! Well, let's be honest. We wouldn't be taking a Scipio Africanos. Because, let's be honest, the Capitana Romani class, as they were, and they're lovely. They're 5.3-inch guns. They are basically their equivalents anyway, but if you're not using those, you would probably take the San Giorgio class. Excuse me. Apologies. There. Because they're just that bigger. And I reckon you could put 5 of their twin 5-inch guns on those, on the San Giorgio, without too much trouble, because they're armed with... well, no. San Giorgio class. They're destroyers that come afterwards, aren't they? Brain, sorry, apologies. Let's see, Condottieri. Yes, it's Luigi da Salvador degli Abruzzi, or the Abruzzi class. Those you could. They have 10 6-inch guns in, I think it's 2 triple turrets and 2 twin turrets. I reckon you could actually fit 10 of the 5.23 inch guns on there. 5.3-inch guns, and probably still have the 8 4-inch guns, so you could have a really good AA fit. And that's what I would probably be looking for. Blackman Maximus, if, say, we left over 14-inch guns, the UK designs 40,000-ton battleships of aurically layered, building 4 instead of Vanguard? Look, it's basically a standard layout to have 2 forward, 2 aft. 2 forward, 1 aft. As turret designs go. And so, yeah, they might do that. But they wouldn't build them instead of Vanguard. They build them instead of the King George V's. The Vanguard would be... is still built because the Vanguard's built to rapidly grow Royal Navy numbers without having to build new guns and new turrets. So that's the Vanguard design. Basically, is always an add-on, and it's of course the fully armored battle cruiser, which is basically the Royal Navy's equivalent of we're building a fast battleship, but we're not saying calling it a fast battleship. The Americans just called theirs fast battleships. The British called ours fully armored battle cruisers. And basically, it's a fast battleship by another name. Steve Clarke, Imperial strategy during the 1930s looks at establishing serious levels of naval infrastructure in Australia, Canada, and India. What could this look like, and how does it affect Royal Navy strategy between 1939 and 43? If you've established serious levels of naval infrastructure, i.e. multiple yards, in Canada you probably want about 4, same in India and Australia. You'd want about 4 dockyards that could actually build ships up to and including cruiser/light fleet carrier size, and which had the infrastructure, etc. to support those constructions. Then how does it affect Royal Navy strategy between 1939 and 43? A, you've got yards which can probably repair and fix anything up to including battleships and aircraft carriers, so you can deploy your ships to there if they need to be fixed. So basically, instead of Illustrious having to go to America, she can go to India, and etc. But also, you've got far more construction space. You can be ordering construction from all those yards as well. And that's going to have an impact on things between 1939 and 1943, because you're probably going to start ordering in 1938. So you've now got another 12 major yards you can be ordering capital ships, carriers from, and you won't pause those constructions necessarily. Or you'd be an idiot if you did pause those constructions. There again, Churchill is made First Lord of the Admiralty, so we'll leave that to one side. Hank, if a ship of H-42-43 was built with ABC-XYZ H-39 turrets, how would it fare against 1v1 versus Montana? Let's see. So the H-39 turrets, if I go to the stats, the H-39 turrets are 16-inch guns in twins. So if you've got 6 twin 16-inch gun turrets versus a Montana. Okay, so that's got that. Well, the problem for the Germans in this scenario is the 16-inch gun is the weapon which we know was fitted onto the Atlantic Wall, and which we're hoping to go see in Norway. And well, let's see. The American one is a longer gun, I think, from memory. The American one is a little bit longer, a little bit faster rate of fire. No, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting. But okay, so I'm gonna say you've got 12 versus 12. in terms of 16-inch guns. They are okay. The American ones are slightly longer range, but we're not going to call the range much into it. The big thing is going to be the fire control systems. The Americans have probably have far more advanced fire control and far better fire control than the Germans do by the point at which those are going to be entering service. So I'm going to go with the Montana because she's going to get the hits earlier. And they are close enough. They are close enough in capabilities that the first hits the first few hits are going to be the ones which count the most, because they're going to give a leg up to whoever gets the hits in. Because let's put it this way: if you get the first few hits and they damage the enemy's fire control, then that's them knocked out, and you can pummel from range. Thank you, Runon. Black Maxus, considering the issues of water crossings in the war in Ukraine, do you think that NATO armies need more vehicles that can swim across rivers, small lakes, for potential future conflicts? Seeing as I've been saying this for a long time before Ukraine happened, I can really not change my mind now. And honestly, I would say the evidence is supporting me more. I liked the Boxer, but the only reason I opposed the Boxer in favour of the US Marine Corps APC as the solution for the British to buy for its wheeled APC was because it could potentially cross the channel without the support of anything else, i.e. it could swim across the channel, which is not something you necessarily would like to do, but it's an option which makes stopping British forces getting to the other side of the channel if they need to very, very difficult. Because they can swim it overnight, and unless you know they're going, you don't know they're going. They're across, and they're pulling up on French beaches, into a cloud of probably people holding their phones up, cameras going, "Look what's just by the beach! It's an invasion!" But yeah, that would still be useful. I think that's the B-36. I think that's the Corvair B-36 Peacemaker. Lord Fisher. But yeah, it'd be really nice to have more vehicles that could swim for themselves independently, because that allows you, makes restrictions of water crossings far less apparent. However, that's only going to be in case of your offensive nature. The real thing we're missing, I would suggest logistically, is something equivalent to the duck. I would say logistically, that's a big thing we're missing, and we're not even going to realize we're missing it. But honestly, some ducks would have been really useful in Ukraine right now. That's World War II vehicles I'm talking about. 5 ships per category. Oh, good lord, Blackburn Maximus. I think the Romani's 5.3-inch guns were like the Tribals. They could be used for AA at long angles. Yeah, so you need to modify those, but there again, if you've got a slightly bigger ship, you can modify it to do so. Run on. Vice Admiral Nelson, how did French 80 gunships of the line like Bourg-Chantier compared in cost to British 72 third rates and 98 second rates? Were they worth the money? Weren't bad ships. I would say the main problem you have for the French is no matter what they're building, they're never building enough and they're never getting enough sea time. And they keep killing off their officer corps. And I think that's the main problem. They have good ideas of ships, and they have some great naval architects, but their ships aren't able to be used right because they just don't have the senior officers to use them. There's a reason why Suffren is known as the Admiral. And look at what happens to him. There is a lot of problems the French have in terms of their leadership of their fleet, and it's their government which is making their ships be useless. But Do I think an 80 gun has a particular advantage over a 72 gun? No. Honestly, an 80 gun really doesn't. We're talking an extra 4 guns on the broadside, and they're not even the heavy guns usually. So, yeah, the trouble is an 80 and a 72 still pound in quite happily, and a 72 will quite happily match up against an 80 and won't worry about it. And the trouble is, more often than not, you'll find if you're in a fight against the British, you'll find they'll have extra 72s wandering around. It's rare the battles are fought on outnumbered by the Royal Navy. They're usually equal in number or greater. And even when they're equal in number, they usually find a way of twisting the figures around. Hey Clarke, you want to save HMS Thrasher? It's always good to want to save something. Run on. How large a battleship would you have to build to mount 6 Schwer Gustav guns? Run on. To mount something that big, to mount 6 of those, you are talking 100 and something thousand tons, and probably greater because of ballasting and needing to hatch those turrets. And it's going to be 3 twin turrets. And they are going to be heavy. And don't expect to be fast. Hold on. But guys, tonight, does the UK have a Memorial Day or Veterans Day? We have November the 11th. We have Armistice Day. That is basically turned into our Memorial Day, Veterans Day. And it's got march passes and all sorts of things. And that's what we've really treated as. I think there have been attempts to try and establish other days, but honestly, none of them seem to percolate into the history and need to percolate the same as that does, because it's such a big thing. Anytime people try, you know, they have an Armed Forces Day, which is the last Saturday of June, but, and that's, I suppose, coming up this year again, but it's something which has been announced in 2006 by Gordon Brown, and it really hasn't. Then it turned into Armed Forces Day, and honestly, it gets ignored. It really hasn't made the same thing. I would honestly say there are years when I honestly do not realise it's happening, and I am heavily plugged into the UK Armed Forces network. And but really, the trouble is, again, is November the 11th, Armistice Day, just dominates everything. It's the closest the real equivalent to what you see in America. Black Mercenaries. If the Royal Navy decided not to design the 5.25-inch gun, instead building the Dido class cruisers 4.7-inch, 80 degrees high angle max firing armed cruisers with 6 twin turrets, 3F layout fore and aft, and kept up building them during World War II, how would this affect things? That would probably mean you would have the 4.7-inch gun would have been the standardized gun for the C-class cruisers, for the tribals, for the destroyers, all the other destroyers, for probably the carriers. Everything would be on a 4.7-inch gun. You wouldn't have the 4.5-inch gun, you wouldn't have the 5.25-inch gun, you just have the 4.7-inch. And if that's the case, then that's going to change logistics and probably make them more pumped out even faster. It's going to mean you're going to have that many more factories. You're not going to have factories producing 4-inch. You're not going to have factories producing 4.7-inch. Well, not factories producing 4-inch, 4.5-inch, or 5.25-inch. They're all going to be just doing 4.7-inch. Which is going to allow you to get more of those out. And volume of fire is going to go up, but range is going to go down. Is Norway being fundraised, or is it a way to go? No, it's definitely we are fundraised. We are definitely fundraising for this trip because, and this is one of the other things realistic is we are going to do the funding for it, but I have already worked out that if we don't raise I think some of them can afford, because it is cheap enough, can afford to raise the money for can afford to pay in advance and then raise the money for it afterwards. I'm not in a situation to do that. So it will be really down to the wire whether I can go. Which is annoying because I'm organising it all, but that's what happens, and that's life. It's part of the joy of working, doing all this work. Iron Duke 6100. I count 25 UK carriers being built at the end of World War II. What occurred and how did the dock space finally get freed up to allow this construction? This also allows shows pretty well when you say UK just needed time to build up its fleet to still compete with the US for top spot. Pretty much nothing really happened. They just brought the yards all fully online and got them going. It's amazing when you're not pausing yards and when you're actually doing things, you're actually committing to it fully and actually properly committing to it. You can build a lot of ships. And that's the thing. The British could build a lot of ships. It's just actually getting the yards worked up because the Americans have that 2 more years of peacetime, really 2 more years of peacetime to get things worked up, whereas the British don't. And those 2 years of peacetime are a big thing. If the British had had till 1941, the British yards would have been at the same pace as the Americans when they started. As it is, it takes that many years of wartime to catch up to a level at which they're starting to almost reach their full capacity. I think I said peacemaker, eventually. I think I started off by saying pacemaker and then remembered it was peacemaker. Ace Pilot 2004. Do you think the US Pacific submarine campaign would be more or less effective if all the US sort of submarines fell under Sub-PAC instead of being split between Sub-PAC and Sub-South-PAC? More efficient in some ways because they'd probably be coordinated more greatly, but less efficient in others because honestly those areas of operation coordinated with their local theatres and local command structures, and it would make it far more complicated if you were coordinating through one. You'd either have to split a command across two theatre commands, or they'd have to become their own independent theatre command, and then you just get coordination issues, so that's the problem. Mark Harkness, a while back I asked, what would the Royal Navy do if, ignoring all real-life political concerns, they were given 6 months free use of a US carrier in latter 1940? Suppose they could get this deal the first half of 1941. Basically, if they get an American carrier, and let's say it's a Yorktown, then honestly that's backing up Ark Royal and doing operations there. If it's the latter half of 1940, it's probably being used to maybe actually even replace Ark Royal. What they might do, and this will sound interesting, but here's the thing. If you swap Force H, you add it to Force H, and then Ark Royal pulses through, with the other ships that pulse through, past Malta to join the Mediterranean fleet, you could have Ark Royal join Illustrious, etc. in doing Taranto, and with the Yorktown, let's say USS Yorktown, doing covering operations, being used for covering operations, the Italians might not realise the Ark Royal is not in the other side of the Mediterranean, and they could then pulse her back afterwards. But they could use her along with Illustrious for launching that strike on Taranto, and that's going to be a massive boost because you're basically tripling the strike group. And let's be honest, you treble the strike group, the Italians are not going to do well. Italians do bad enough with the strike group that it comes in, and they're not knocked out of the war. I don't want people going with that idea, but they are damaged enough and they face enough issues caused by the strike group as it was. You treble the strike group, they're going to be facing a lot more issues. So that's, I think, what probably happens. And then if the Italian fleet, let's say you treble the strike group, and let's say the Italian fleet really does get knocked down to, let's say, well, because I don't think you're going to get her anyway, Giulio Cesare and whatever they managed to repair out of Vittorio Veneto or Littorio, eventually, that's going to change what you need in the Mediterranean. That's going to change. The Italians might well not do their support for Crete, which means Crete might not happen. And it then knocks on and knocks on and knocks on and has a big impact on the whole of World War II. Manitoba, isn't that Remembrance Day, November 11th? Yes, but it's also traditionally called Armistice Day. Because it's Armistice Day. It's the day of the Armistice in World War One. Knight 6031, questions. Question 169. Is it accurate to call Furious the first Stobar carrier? Short takeoff, barrier assisted recovery. If you, technically, you can make that argument. Technically, you can make that argument. I wouldn't, but technically you can. And what did the Royal Navy learn from the ski jump experiments on her? That they wanted to go for a catapult. Hank, if a Jerryman, aka a German Tillman, with 24 16-inch guns and 30 knots magically replaced Bismarck right before the fight with Hood and co., how different would the story of Bismarck go? Would the volleys range to and fro, or would many ships go to bottom? Honestly, if that thing magically appeared and they were facing something with that level of firepower, the British would back off. Basically, it would be a case of you could chase because of their orders. They probably wouldn't chase the British, but they would back off until they were joined by King George V and victorious, unless they were completely insane. They would back off. 30 knots, yes, she could theoretically hunt them down, but if she hunts them down, they're going to be racing towards King George V and victorious, which means they're going to be racing into the threat of an airstrike. And an airstrike is an interesting time to be. So I think they probably try and break away, and then you get maybe a follow-up fight where it's victorious has managed to torpedo it or damage it in some way, and you get King George V, you get probably Rodney called in as well, because she's crossing the Atlantic at this point, but it's viable to be called in, along with Prince of Wales and Hood tagging up to engage. So you're going to have two 14-inch gun battleships, Hood probably playing free safety, and the Rodney providing the heavy fire. And that will probably be how the British would engage it with constant air attacks. And you might well call up Renown and Ark Royal as well. More than likely do. Airstrikes a lot, because the British will just chuck the... That's the problem for the Germans. It doesn't matter how good their individual ships are. The British will just chuck the kitchen fridge at them. They'll chuck everything at them until something sticks. That's what the British do. And the British have so much more to chuck at them than the Germans do. That's the basic problem. The Germans could build the most perfect, brilliant battleship in the world. A, the British would hear about it thanks to their intelligence and be building their ships up and things to match it long before it entered the service. And B, the British would have enough things which might not be as good as it on paper, but are fine enough against it in reality, that they will chuck a volume of them at it. Because that's what they can do. That's what the British can afford to do. That's the difference. Dr. C, would you say the Royal Navy has the most proficient safety record of any navy in the world? Now, I'm going to do some quick prefacing of this. The nature of safety is not necessarily always having a perfect record, because if you're using ships as they're supposed to be used, you're risking them, and that will definitely be an issue and will have a risk factor. So I would say it's probably between the US Navy and the Royal Navy. I would have, without a doubt, until recently said the US Navy probably pipped the Royal Navy to post. But there have been some recent experiences I've had with the USN looking at them where I'd say they're about the same. Because it's always been a narrow margin. And the French Navy is not bad. The French Navy is very, very good, as is the Danish and the Italian navies. Health and safety-wise, before anyone brings up the Russians, you have to remember that their boats, their nuclear submarines, actually irradiated their crews. They weren't that great in terms of the shielding on their earlier nuke boats, and it goes similarly for some of the earlier Chinese boats, according to many reports I've read. So I'm gonna say because they used the Soviet-style reactors, and they thought they were safe, and then it turned out they weren't because the Soviets had claimed they were safe, and it turned out they weren't. And then they went and developed their own. So it's you can't really blame poor China in that one, but you can say that safety wise, if you're irradiating your own crew, you're not up there. Nice to go through. Question 168. If your Courageous, Glorious, and Furious had a full-length flight deck from start, does it alter how they be used? 96831, there's a video coming which is all about them being built as aircraft carriers from the beginning, so I'm not getting into that, okay? There's a whole video coming to have that one. Let's see, what have we got? Okay. Blambo Maxus, what are your thoughts on the fact the Royal Navy and Marine Nationale both had twice the amount of carriers in the 80s as they do now? That I wish sometimes I drank something stronger than Iron Bro. Runon. 96831, question 167. Would it be correct that for carrier parts there is no aborting the takeoff option? Not past a certain point, no. The moment the catapult is fired, if you're in a catapult system, or the moment you are over a certain speed in a rolling takeoff in a Stovall carrier or Stobar carrier, you are going to, and you have to make it work. Black what would Henderson's large destroyers have looked like if he had his way? Tribals with a lot of with more torpedoes, and with the 4.5-inch dual-purpose guns. So about 8 of those. We know if war is delayed to 41, all the King George Fists would be out, and probably a few Lions and more Townsend destroyer upgrades. Were there any other plans for Iron? I'm assuming there would be aircraft upgrades as well. Subs? Yes, and yes. Single-seater fighter would have been in service. Probably, potentially the Barracuda would have been, a Ferry Barracuda would have been in service. Odds are the Royal Navy might have got a new dive bomber, or might have left that for the Barracuda. Because they were already starting to see there might be an issue with dive bombers. What else would have happened? You'd have had the Royal Navy in control of its own fleet air arm for a couple more years, so that would have been firmly entrenched, and carriers would have been available. The Implacables probably would have been in service, and their successors would be under construction. Nice to go for one. Question 765. Would it be correct to assume an incomparable Admiral-class carriers would get the same flight deck layout used by Courageous and Glorious? You're probably looking at something closer to Eagle than Courageous and Glorious in terms of because of when they'd actually be built. 166. Follow up to 165. Would the issues be with that layout crop up much sooner with the bigger carriers? No, they probably actually, because they probably have the Eagle layout, that would produce different issues. But the whole thing is the larger a flight deck, the more it can cover for problems. Amos, how long did it take the USN to replace the lattice mast they used? Ooh, it was over a few years period. Basically, it's as they modernized their ships, they replaced them. But you see, the thing is, they designed these things to be super sturdy and super strong and take all the stuff they could up there. So it's one of the ways to fix the weight. The British went with a tripod mast for much the same reason. But the British idea was that a tripod mast was more difficult to hit than a lattice mast. The Americans' idea was the lattice mast was structurally stronger, so it could take being hit in male places and wouldn't be that, and would still keep working. Whereas the British one was that it's harder to hit a tripod, but let's be honest, if you hit one of the legs of the tripod, it's probably falling. Bangmaster, these are my patron suggestions. The next patron question suggestions thoughts. Question 1: the British Empire strikes back. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and India build cruiser destroyers act during the end of war years. That'd be fine up until the first London Treaty. Then that might cause issues. But actually, down in London, the issues might actually be in terms of they just have to accept them. Probably that's what's going to happen. Question 2. IJN carriers at night. IJN develops carrier night doctrine tech on par with 1959 Royal Navy. Torpedo parachutes to bellyflop. Yamato class built as carriers. You are loading the bases very heavily in the Japanese favour. That would probably cause the Americans a decisive trouble. It would also cause the Americans to have to try and develop a night doctrine as well, because honestly, with belly flopping torpedoes dropped at night, that's going to define Pearl Harbor, and at that point, the USN really might lose all their ships. Super Harrier, the P154 supersonic Harriers developed and produced, impact the UK military and the world. Well, A, the Invincibles are going to have to be bigger. And B, the Falklands is going to get really worrying at certain points. We're on, right, 68431. Question 164. If the Royal Navy had gotten an incomparable size carrier, other than running into problems associated with a big ship of her size, would she be the standard for the carrier in the treaty? If she's completed with all the treaties, she might well be the standard for the carriers in the treaty. Ugh, that could be worrying. She could be an exception again on the power of Hood, but she's still going to define the carriers. They're going to be defined in reference to her. And by the way, I'm going to say this: thank you to Robert Dennett for all the super chats, and thank you to everyone who does the super chats and super thanks, and all those to Patreon members and all those. Because honestly, look, I know I keep bringing this up and keep saying, but I have to. I don't know how better to explain it. You know, I made the choice that pretty much I would live off savings and do the bare minimum amount of work and just keep the YouTube channel going to fund my research while organising the move and organising all the things that need to go with it. And dealing with all the paperwork and stuff that came out from that. It wouldn't have been possible to have done this all, especially as it's gone on longer than it was supposed to. Remember, we were supposed to be moved back in March. I was supposed to be already down in the property getting it ready for the girls to move in. Mum and sister to move in before I went away. Actually, we were hoping for February, March time. Definitely not June, which is looking like it's going to be. And I couldn't have kept this all going this long and kept this up and kept doing without you. So thank you everyone for all your support, because it really did make it possible. Hank, at Denmark straight today, one ship was whisked away and the German came out to play. Would Hood and Prinz win today, or would the German claim his prey? I basically just answered that one. I said they would draw. There is, when you're dealing with that amount of firepower at 30 knots, you are drawing. And the thing which might stop them chasing them is the thing that stopped them chasing Prince of Wales historically, which was the fact that Hitler didn't want his ships to be damaged. If they could avoid a fight, they were supposed to avoid a fight. So they did chase Prince of Wales a bit, but not too much. If you've got Prince of Wales and Hood basically turning away, they're going to turn away. And what can I say? They're going to be going away at 28 plus knots. Now, yes, the German can chase them. But as said, if it does, it's going to run into King George V and HMS Victorious. And that's not a good advantage for it. So, yeah, they're not going to do that. Mandy said, if such a thing magically replaced Bismarck immediately before engagement, how would Hood and Company know they've just kicked a Hornet's nest? Like, how would they kick a no? Because honestly, it's going to be different to Bismarck. Let's be honest, it's going to look a lot different. And when it turns, instead of you getting 8 flashes from 15-inch guns, you're going to get 24 flashes. It's going to be a very different looking ship. They're not going to know if it's 30 knots or not. They're not going to anything. All they're going to know is they're dealing with something which is not on their intelligence profile and has 24 16-inch guns. That's going to be it. And that's going to be enough to pile on speed and go away. And that's the point is, I think the German doesn't want to follow them. The German will want to carry on because its mission is not to engage British capital ships. Its mission is to engage convoys and disrupt convoys. Andrew, what is your favourite era of naval uniforms and from which nation? Both friend and foe. Honestly, naval uniforms of the 1950s are usually pretty darn cool. Because they're usually legacy war experience sort of in some of them, but they are quite good. And usually the tropical uniforms, I think, are better. The whites, they look very distinctive and cool. But I would never want to wear one myself because I would muck it up in seconds. There's a reason I live in black. Robert Denham, what is your overall opinion on the revolt of the admirals? It was probably necessary to try and preserve the preserve U.S. naval aviation at the time, because once again they were beating the drum of unified air power. Air is one, all should be under one bracket, and it's not a good idea. It doesn't work. The main reason it doesn't work isn't because the thing is the areas might well be one. But the trouble is the ground beneath it is not, and the logistics and sustaining and supporting that are specialised enough that you need a separate service because you can't copy and paste from one to the other. That's the problem. So the Revolt of Admirals is probably necessary. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with all their methodology, but it was probably necessary. In the scenario where Fisher died early and Louis Battenberg continued on to World War I as First Sea Lord, would Admiral Cochrane have been built, Admiralty Cochrane as a battleship or still as a carrier? Probably still built as a battleship, because let's be honest, the naval aviation ideas haven't changed at this point. They haven't changed. The information available hasn't changed. This is what I find funny when people go, they should have been building aircraft carriers in 1903. Have a look at aircraft in 1903. Decide if you want to build an aircraft carrier. Aircraft today might justify in your mind building aircraft carriers in 1903. The aircraft of 1903 do not justify the wasting money on aircraft carriers. And it's the same problem I get into, and the trouble I get into with people in the 1920s when they're going, oh, they shouldn't have been building battleships, they should have been building aircraft carriers. Have you looked at the aircraft in the 1920s? Runon, did I miss your question? Black Maxus, did I miss your question? Da-da-da-da. No, I answered that one. I went through all that one. And... this one. Okay. If, at the same time as of HMS Tiger being built, a design of cruisers with 4 twin 9.2-inch guns and 6-inch casemate secondaries was sent for 10 shipyards to build a dozen to replace the odd armour cruisers, what would the weight be and what kind of speed, assuming that it's coal-powered with oil spraying? What would the Royal Navy do with them? You're probably looking at 30-knot ships. 30 to 31-knot ships, because they're going to be built to Tiger speed, so they're going to be built a bit faster than her. Design of with that sort of weighting, you're probably looking at about 15 to 16,000 tons, because that's quite a 4 twin 9.2-inch. You could get it in on 12.5, but it's going to be tight, so it's probably going to be about 15. Might be slightly heavier. What does the RN do with them? They replace the armoured carriers in their primary roles of the fleet, and probably replace the armoured carriers in terms of positions like out with Admiral... They're probably things like the Battle of Cornell. They'll be out there. So if they're out at the Battle of Cornell, then you have a different scenario, because if you have a couple of them sitting there instead of the class you did ships you did historically instead of the armored cruisers, they're probably going to wreck Von Spacefleet. Because if you've got 16 9.2-inch guns, that's going to wreck Von Space Fleet. And directed fire control. 96831. Would I be wrong to think longer flight deck you have, the more likely aircraft are to take off before reaching the end? Yes. They are more likely to take off before they reach the end. And 162. As courageous and glorious were not really what the Royal Navy wanted, could you see a scenario where Admiral carriers are built but courageous and glorious are converted to training ships? Probably not. If you've got the Admiral carriers, if you've got the breakdown at the end of World War I anyway, where they're getting rid of ships, probably courageous and glorious just go in that. They just get written off as fast monitors or something like that and got rid of. H. Zona, 3 months delay. Who can I beat on the stick with your path? It's no one you can beat on the stick, but as I said before, when discussing this, we are in a we are at the back of an 8-house chain. We are the only ones who aren't in a chain. We aren't contingent on our house selling to buy the next house because we're doing it by bridging loans, so we can have this sort of scenario and have the space for my monsters to move in peace without them worrying about their medications and anything else, and without the risk of them not having a home to utilize. So yeah, that's helpful, but that's also added levels of complication. So it's all really complicated and made for more fun, and it's just taken time. It's just taken time. Runon, Night Security for 1. In question 161, if the footage of Arinsky's hangar rapidly flooding, a good idea of what happened on Courageous and Glorious when they were sinking? Not too bad an idea. There are worse starting points. Robert Dennett. Evolution of battleships as the Queen Elizabeth were 21 knot, 15-inch gun ships. Well, then the R's are definitely going to be that. And honestly, you probably have a battle cruiser built. Honestly, they're probably already working. If the Queen Elizabeth's worth 21 knot ships, you're probably already building a battle cruiser when you're ordering. So you're probably, if you order 5 of them, you'll order a battle cruiser automatically. So Arshinkoul would have been a battle cruiser, not a battleship. So that's probably what happens. As for evolution of battleships, well, it's probably going to delay some of the evolution, but I still think the fast battleship is what you have by the end of by beginning of World War II. But that's literally because the treaty system is also falls in combination of the two. But also, if there's that greater split between battleships and battle cruisers in terms of their speed and capabilities, you might end up with a treaty system which actually separates the two categories off from each other. In which case, you might end up with Hood being the template for the battle cruisers, and yeah, it could be interesting. There are 2 ways it could go. It could either just carry on as it did historically, or it could actually cause a split because of differentials in speed, because they're all 21 knot ships. Run on. Question 15, 9681, question 159. Was it planned that Courageous and Glorious were to get a full-length flight deck as part of their refit? It was certainly one of the ideas being considered. And question 160. Was Furious to get a full-length flight deck as part of her refit? Again, it's one of the ideas being considered. But honestly, my view is that they were planning on Destiny, putting them in reserve the moment the Implacables ended service, so they might not have bothered with it. Iron Duke 6100. Is it a myth or true that Europe sent their entire forests out to sea to conquer the rest of the world? It's a myth, but it's certainly a cool myth. Largo Maximus, no problem. Continuing my 9.2-inch gun from Striphouse, how could this affect other nations' cruisers? The raids on the UK coast, Model 1 and Jutland. Honestly, the biggest impact it's going to have is on Britain. I'm just thinking. Think through the infrastructure. Could the Germans build cruisers at the same? The Germans couldn't build cruisers at the time because they were concentrating so much on building their battle cruisers and battleships. They don't have the yard space to build any more ships than they're actually doing. It's one of the reasons why they're building torpedo boats, not destroyers. The French, no. The Americans, maybe. But the Americans actually historically prioritized building capital ships, like battleships, and destroyers. Eventually they get... It might affect the American 6-inch cruisers that come at the at the end of World War One, but I doubt it's going to affect them too much. It would sensibly affect their design, but I'm not sure how much of their design it's going to affect. I think the biggest impact it's going to have is going to be post-war, when the treaties limits are being worked out, because the British are not going to want to get rid of them. They're going to be part of the cruiser tonnage, which means they could define the cruiser tonnage. Also, they could have carried on building from them, because they could have copied them to build the Hawkins. The Hawkins could be building on from them. If Carrot 1151, if the Free Polish Submarine Orzel had found Bismarck transiting the Kattegat, would she have a sinker, or did the Polish torpedoes have the same magnetic issues as the earlier and Germany F-7 ones? Oh no, she could have sunk her, but I think the Orzel is long gone by the time Bismarck actually sails. Yeah, she's lost 1940. June 1940, and Bismarck isn't commissioned till August 1940, and while she's launched in February 1959, I don't think she's doing it. She's wandering around the Kattegat that often in June 1940. So I think probably, yeah, I don't think Orzel and Bismarck would have come across each other. They might. There is a potential, but yeah. And remember, she's commissioned before they do their testing. So they commission her in August 1940, but they're still testing and working on her well after then. So I don't think she's wandering around enough for Orzel to have a crack at her. Hank, I have no idea. Honestly, if a ship turned up, 4 other ships won a battle and then disappeared after turning up mysteriously, it would probably go down in history as an amazing, curious event. But let's be honest, that's now into the realms of science fiction, not really history, so, or even alternate history. So, yeah, that's more a Glenn Stewart question than a Dr. Alex Clarke question, to talk about myself in the third person. Black Moses, what if a T-class sub managed to ambush Bismarck with a full spread, sinking her before the battle demonstrates? How does this effect change things? Well, you know the T-class submarines, they get immortalized and remembered forever. They sank the Bismarck. Also, there are going to be a lot of Germans, a lot of the wehrboos complaining that she never got a fair chance because she got sunk by the British doing cruel ambush tactics. And people actually might remember the Royal Navy Submarine Service and what they got up to in World War II. They might not forget about them. Iron Duke, stick around. I know 5-minute guides are more drag thing, but will you ever make short videos like that covering naval tactics and spell strategy? Maybe eventually, but realistically I'm not as good at those. I can do the 1-minute videos occasionally. Shorts I seem to be okay with because I basically allow 59 seconds and I just give a statement. But 5-minute guides, I've tried to do 5-minute videos. The Lumen Key Ships videos are supposed to be 25 minutes. How many of them have actually been 25 minutes? And I'm just not that good at shorter videos. Nice 681. Question and answer. Question Q&A. Question 158. If the Royal Navy had gotten Hawker Sea Hurricanes at the time when they got the Black Rock, does this any short term satisfy the fleet arrow? Yes. How much if they're available for by 1940? How much problem for the Italians are they? They are going to have a far higher closing speed and a far higher speed of going. They're going to be pretty much the similar trouble as the Fulmars, slightly more because they have a slightly faster speed. But the thing is, their advantage is more going to be in their nimbleness. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Royal Navy wants to upgrade their guns, because they're still going to have the same issue of guns and firepower. They're going to have slightly more invested in their upgrades than the Fulmars did. And it might be slightly easier to get spores, and they might be able to be modified and more successfully doing their work. But is it going to change things dramatically? Probably not. You know, there are reasons so many British Royal Navy pilots make ace flying Fulmars. That's the thing. The Fulmar might not be on paper and attract a really great aircraft or really attractive, but it's actually blooming good at its job. And it does what the Royal Navy wants to do. The main advantage the Hawker Hurricane's going to have versus the Fulmar is it's going to be able to keep its position and its edge and capabilities relative to other aircraft for that much longer. So it's going to not be an impact in 1940, it's going to be an impact in 1941. 1939, 1940 probably the same, but it's still going to be having a relatively similar impact in 1941. That's the thing. Would it have been possible for the Royal Navy to have submarine develop the Goldwing Naval Spitfire but build Dominion's colonies, or something similar to Hawker and Hawker Hurricane? Would they have allowed this, or do they still try and block it? They might try and block it, but it's very difficult for them if they get it done. It would theoretically be possible, but it's going to be complicated to get it organised and get the machining and the machinery and the skills out to the particular colony you pick. I normally pick Ceylon because that's nicely located and has all the various facilities there, and you can easily set it up and secure it. But you could try Australia, Canada, all those things. Canada's more interesting because that's the other side of the Atlantic, and realistically, what the Royal Navy needed was a supply line the other side of the Mediterranean, and to support that could also support the Far East, and pretty much that means a production line in India or Ceylon. Or Sri Lanka, as we now call it today. That's called today. Run on. Question 155 from 9631. Why was the F-123 frigate of the German Navy not called the Deutschland-class frigate? Okay, I'm not sure if you're trolling me with that question, 9631, but let's be honest, what was the previous Deutschland-class? And what will they symbolic with? They might want to reuse names. They don't necessarily want to reuse the class titles. Okay, Verdun, I'll let you do your rant. Hank, if World War II did not happen and countries keep building battleships, what do you think the last classes would be like? When will the last battleships be laid down, probably? Probably you're talking 60s. The last battleships will be laid down. Because if there's no World War II, they're gonna keep on building them, and they're just gonna get bigger and more powerful. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up with the British building something with 16.5-inch guns by the end. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone flirts with 18-inch guns at least once. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some very interesting work done on automated secondaries and automated primaries. So I think it'd be interesting the number of crew reductions, and I think it would be the missile age, which when it eventually came in, which would change things. But I think you would have a very slow transition, and I think you might still have. The fact is, you might not let you might. It's going to sound strange. The battleship might go, but a battlecruiser might remain, because it might remain as something with those heavy guns forward, aviation facilities aft, and missile facilities in the center. Iron Duke, what would a Royal Navy Long Beach look like? Improved town class hull, probably not too dissimilar superstructure to a post World War II town class. lots of missile launching facilities, probably tiered like a town. Basically, take HMS Belfast or Edinburgh and convert it to a missile ship, and that's probably what you have as your base of your idea of what the Long Beach would look like. Add in a healthy dose of HMS Bristol, the Type 82 destroyer. Actually, I know you don't like King George V 14-inch guns, but is it sufficient at battle ranges to go through most belts? About the same as other guns, yeah. Let's put it this way. So, if you hit within proximity of a certain area, and it depends on the size of the gun and the shell hitting, how big that area is, you're going to get through the second time. Belts can only ever give you resistance to pretty much the first hit. Okay, if you've got a 6-inch gun cruiser blasting against a battleship belt, that's going to take slightly longer. But if you're equivalent class of ship, the belt will protect you against the first hit. But after the first hit, the arm will buckle, there'll be breaks and cracks, and the next hit will probably go through it. The metallurgy of the thing. Armor belts are about buying you time, not about making you invincible. Well, I didn't miss it so much as I just ignored it. And I'm quite open to admit I ignored it, because it's such an obvious answer. Would I be wrong to think that the British would respond if Germany or Italy had a viable heavy bomber in service? Of course they'd respond. You know, that's not... That's like saying, if I dropped the fluffy torpedo, would it fall? Yes, it would. It's one of those things. They're going to respond. How are they going to respond? Probably by trying to bomb the factories. Making sure their own making sure that keeping developing their own bombers and building better fighters to try and intercept it. That's going to be their response. And that's what the Germans' response, broadly speaking, the Italians' response was, broadly speaking, to British heavy bomb programs. So we do. Hello, Jack Ray. How you doing? Thank you for gifting the memberships. Yes, she was Knight 6031, but she wasn't called the Deutschland class, was she? What was the previous Deutschland class? I know you're pointing out that the previous German vessel to the frigate called Deutschland was a training cruiser. Yes. But what was the previous Deutschland class? Lambo Maximus, if Canada and Australia had helped the Royal Navy to work around the Royal Air Force for aircraft design and building, when the Royal Navy got back the Fleet Air Arm, how would this change World War II? It would probably have given Canada and Australia more consistent their own Air Force, especially Australia. They'd probably had more aircraft available. Because probably they'd have done a joint fighter project, etc., with the Royal Fleet Air Arm. And so that would have been designed by Supermarine, and they might have set up a design facility, etc., in Australia for it. So it would have still got done. So it's the main thing you're going to have is logistics and capability put in. And depth of infrastructure, if they're prepared to fund it. Iron Duke 6100, what is the aesthetic choice on warships not done anymore that you feel should be used again? Oh, I'm totally with Drac. I think the 1890s aesthetic look is absolutely spectacular and should be brought back. I don't like grey. I think we should be going back to black and gold and all sorts of colours. It looks pretty. Okay, so if we have to go back through the previous Deutschland class to the F123s and, of course, the training ship, the Schulschiff, we're talking about the Panzerschiff, because they were known as the Deutschland class. If I have to say that. So no. Your typical gunnery officer, can you use Baltimore-class hulls and large TVL like what they do with the Cleveland hulls? Yes. Should be able to. Actually, slightly better, because the Baltimore hull has slightly better properties, but yeah. Blackburn Maximus. Could a full spread of torpedoes from a T-class have sunk Yamato class if it wasn't at battle stations while at cruising speed? Potentially. Let's be honest, there's 10 torpedoes. A full spread from a T-class can be 10 torpedoes. If you get 3 or 4 hits out of that 10, or even more, you're in trouble. And let's be honest, a Yamato is a good enough target. You're going to fire the 10. There are very few targets out there which justify you firing all your forward torpedoes. Yamato hoving into view, that's going to justify it. Same with Bismarck. Now, Rune 6831 just asked a question, and I'm going to answer this already before Runon's even put it in the chat. Wouldn't any Gullwing Supermarine Spitfire have used the same Merlin engine as the Supermarine Spitfire Mark 1s? Yes, but the primary question that's been coming through as if you put the infrastructure and actually design develop it in, let's say, Australia and Canada, and you do the work with them, that's going to include engine manufacturing factory. So that's going to include an engine factory, because there's no point building an airframe out there without building up engine manufacturing. So you're going to get Rolls-Royce to build an engine factory plant as well. In which case, that's going to take care of all your supplies of spares, because a Rolls-Royce factory will produce spares as well as producing the engines. This is the thing. That's the main difference between the Allies and the Axis. They produce spares as well as the engines, so, the major components. So that actually would be the biggest impact. Having a Rolls-Royce Merlin factory in Australia or Ceylon, that would have a colossal impact on the Mediterranean forces. It would stop you having the issues with your fighters, your aircraft. It will probably change your approach to aircraft engines as well, because if you have that factory plant, you might also have a Bristol plant out there, because if you've got the funding for one, you've got the funding for the other as well, perhaps. In which case, Bristol engines, Rolls-Royce engines could well be coming out of Ceylon or Australia. And that means you're going to be able to build aircraft up. You're going to be able to sustain them from that plant and those facilities, which is going to change everything as it approaches World War II. You're not going to have the issues of supplies and logistics you had in terms of spare parts for engines you had in the Mediterranean. So that's the thing. Iron Duke 6100. What if the IJN flew over Pearl Harbor all day without carrying or dropping any weapons or getting anyone killed? They wouldn't be allowed to do that. The Americans would have flown up to stop them. If both sides have managed to fly around all day, that would have been a still declaration of war. You don't go and fly over someone else's yard, someone else's territory without permission, and not in that strength. It's highly embarrassing. But all you're doing is basically, you're either, at best, you're doing a Gallipoli, at worst, you're starting a war. At best, your Gallipoli is a soft Gallipoli, and you're not actually starting the fight, but you are telling them that their defenses are actually absolutely horrendous. Actually, my understanding is the doctrine of King George V and indeed the EN in general, English in general, for instance, to get close and mug at night, like you did with Scharnhorst. Where it's so close, the belt doesn't matter that much when you get hit a lot, but it felt appropriate to ask. Yeah. Hank, if a modern German Navy head is appointed Dr. Clarke, what are the orders he might bark? Oh, good lord. You seriously are liking this poetry stuff. If they placed at his disposal 5% GDP, what would the German Navy of 2030 be? Ooh. my three key areas I'd be working on would be submarines, escorts, and amphibious warfare. That would be the areas I'd want to work on. Because if I can have a strong amphibious warfare capability, I can dominate the Baltic. If I can have a strong destroyer escorts facilities, escorts that are powerful enough, have enough depth magazines, I can dominate the Baltic. If I can have enough torpedoes capabilities, then I can from submarines, I can dominate the Baltic. And then if I can add into that, my amphibious and escort forces can give me a very, very comprehensive expeditionary capability for global scenarios if I wanted to. Yeah. Let's see, did you get to see any Australian magpies? I think we did. Night Secretary for one. What stops the Royal Air Force not seeing the Gullwing Supermarine sighting? Gimme. Because they've already got a Spitfire and they don't need the benefit. Basically, the Gullwing Spitfire the Gullwing Seafire is a great thing for the Navy. It's not as great for the Royal Air Force. Because for the Navy, it's strong enough to take through the rigors of carrier landing. For the Air Force, it's heavier, takes longer to produce than the regular Spitfire, everything, all those things. Also, if it's coming out in the Far East, they probably do go gimme. But it's probably only equipping their Far East squadrons, so they don't have to spend the Spitfires out there. It's going to equip the Royal Australian Air Force out there, and it's going to equip probably the Indian Air Force, and it might even equip some of the North African fighter commands as well. But the thing is, it's going to be also equipping the Fleet Air Arm, and the Fleet Air Arm is going to be able to say, look, we get part of the priority here. Because let's be honest, they're not competing with the Battle of Britain in that scenario. They're competing with North Africa campaign, which they're part of, and the supplies are coming in and delivered by them, and they're competing with India and the Royal Australian Air Force, who are not really using theirs for most of that point until you get to the end of 1941. And the thing is, then you find a whole different scenario, because you will have a lot more fighters in Singapore, etc. You might even have those air bases up and down Malaysia might actually even have aircraft in them. Frigate, that could be interesting. Good luck with the sprues, Runon. Your typical gunnery officer, do you think US Lend-Lease P-40s help the British close the gap on aircraft they need to station in Africa to fight the Axis? Not particularly, but they did help. They weren't a hindrance, but they don't particularly change the number of aircraft you need. They just basically you have those instead of other airframes. But you still need a lot of aircraft. Still, I remember that from Draxler on Misnamed 5-Minute Guide to the Zero, that there were points where US intelligence decanted reports on the A67. If they hadn't, what steps might have been taken, and would that have affected Royal Australian Air Force, Royal Navy, adoption of US carrier aircraft? Or Royal Air Force, Royal Navy? Wouldn't have probably affected what the RN doing that, or the Royal Australian Air Force, because frankly, they needed aircraft. They were going to get what they could get their hands on, which was being produced. And in terms of US the sort of design tips, they're probably going to try and get more powerful engines, because for the Americans, it's speed. Ceylon, that should not have anything to do with the massive quantity of tea produced in Ceylon, does it? I wonder how much a role the availability of tea played in the UK deciding to build infrastructure. it's an advantage, but there's also Trincomer Lee, there's all the Navy facilities there. And it's easily defensible. Let's be honest, anyone trying to invade Ceylon has to get into the Indian Ocean and has to launch an amphibious operation completely. There is no overland, you're having to come by sea. And it's not the greatest place to try and invade by sea. And also, that would mean you'd probably have a lot more fighters there, so in a certain East Indian Ocean raid, the Japanese would probably find a hefty air defense group there, going, "Hello, we see you've come to say how to give us greetings. We will give you greetings in return." Blackman Maximus, if the joint Canadian-Australian Royal Navy aircraft development scheme, if the Bristol is setting up engines, could a redesigned Gullwing Naval Spitfire use Bristol Hercules engines to be developed? Potentially, but probably it's still going to use Merlins. And they'll just have a Merlin infrastructure as well. But I was thinking more about the Bristols being for swordfish and albacores and those things. And if it's re-engined in 41 with a worked-up Centaurus or a Griffin, yeah, it's going to go on and carry on being useful, and probably would do. Let's be honest, it probably would get re-engined. Andrew, the UK has gifted 2 more pilot Browns for free. What else is accomplished much faster? Nothing really, because as good as Winkle Brown is, Eric Winkle Brown is, as good as he is, there are a lot of test pilots. They're doing it, working as fast as they can. He's great, yes. What you might see the other 2 get used for is actual being fighter pilots or instructors, rather than test pilots, because you've got a lot of test pilots. And yes, he's one of the best, if not the best, and definitely the one who flies the most. But there aren't that many more aircraft to fly. Runan, don't change your name, it just confuses me. Speaker for the night. Nice to hear everyone. Would it be accurate that the Battlecruiser was the best ship for global presence operations? Yeah, I would say it was, especially in its time period. And I want to find out, so before the Battlecruiser came in, what did global presence operations? Usually second-class battleships, or fast battle, or the things like HMS Renown of Jackie Fisher's production, and the large cruisers. Iron Duke, 6100. If the UK had as larger pilot training program as the US and decided to convert 1 or 2 ferries into carriers, which ones would they have been? There are no carriers which are no ferries which are really big enough in the UK for them to do that. And where would they have been safe to do so in the US? In World War II. The British did have a pretty large pilot training program. Mostly because they set it up as the Empire training school in Canada and various other parts of the Empire. So they had it over down in South Africa, they had it in India, they had it in Australia, they had it everywhere, all sorts of places. They ended up visiting. Where would they have set up, therefore, if they set it up? Probably Canada and the Great Lakes, again, because that's the best place to set it up. Renan, stop being rude about your Warhammer 40k. Carrot 1451. With a colonial-based aircraft engine and spares production online for the start of the war, would the Merlin design still be handy USA for production, or do we still use US Air Force Merlin Mustang, or just only this only a UK-based refit as time life? Probably still do, because let's be honest, the main thing the Americans had on this is one of the things that people often forget. Okay, one of the shortages the British have, which they have from the war starting when it does, is they have to turn over factories which produce machinery plant for factories to weapons production. Okay, which means they have to import factory plant from America. And what's often forgotten is that they actually import the plant and have it running in terms of in more factories to produce Merlins in the UK before the factories are set up and are actually running in America. But for political reasons and all sorts of reasons, it's not made a lot of noise of, because the thing is, they need more. You always need more Merlins. You always need more spares, because you just need more. You need more. It's one of the things. We talk about war being fought on a sea of infinite money. Well, true. But that infinite money has form, and that form is spares and logistics. Bland Maxus, without a pause on capital shipbuilding in the UK, would they eventually settle on design like US did with the Essex class, and would the bombings of submarines start affecting production? And when would the bombing... probably they'd eventually settled on something implacable class like is probably where you'd have got the speed of, and bombings and submarines aren't really going to affect production, because the British aren't importing the supplies to build ships. They have their own sources of those things. There is of course rubber and things like that which come from, but that's never really much of an issue. Bombings. Okay, those have an impact. But one of the things that's interesting about the German bombing campaigns is at no point do they make a special effort to go after the British yards. So they hit them, but it's usually ancillary to hitting other targets, which has an impact. And also the British, thanks to if you consider where most of the British yards are, especially the bigger ones, they're in the northeast of England, they're in Scotland, there are some in the northwest, there's a fair number in the northwest of England, and Northern Ireland, okay? That's where Harland Wolff, etc. is. There are a few of those which are quite exposed. Let's be honest, Newcastle is not exactly in the best spot. But for most of the rest, they've got a fairly large amount of country, etc. between them. If you try making regular attacks on them, you're going to run into a lot of fighter protection. And would no pause also affect cruisers, especially any larger or heavy cruisers? Light cruiser production would keep going massively. Nice one. Would it be right that Brazil did not have the ability to support a 30,500 ton battleship armed with 15-inch guns? No, it'd be wrong, because Brazil never has the ability to support anything it buys. It just builds the facilities to support it when it's bought it. So it builds the infrastructure to support what it buys. So it doesn't have it, but it will build it. And it could have done. Runon, if a full throughput Napier Deltic manufacturing plant was spun up for 90%, what impact would that have on the war be? Let's be honest, the Napier Deltic is a good diesel engine, isn't it? Let me just see. If you have a full Napier Deltic engine plant working up, etc., you are probably talking about powering things like Flower-class corvettes and sloops we're using it. Honestly, minesweepers and all those things were already powered by it, and all sorts of things. You might even have it worked into other ships as a way to extend their range. Certainly could be added into destroyers, etc., as an auxiliary power unit. Railway engines could be enjoying it, and backup generators for all sorts of various other options. So yeah, it would be useful. Knight 6831, question 147. How reputational damage did the catastrophic demise of 3 battlecruisers do in its global presence operations? Not that much damage, really. Let's be honest, most people saw them as what they were, old ships which got beaten up in a battle they weren't supposed to be in at the time. What we think about them retroactively is different. Next patron suggestions to be opened next week. Probably next Sunday. There will be a Bruships on Sunday. It may or may not be the last Bruships for a while. Or rather, it probably won't be the last Bruships for a while, but what I have done is I've recorded some videos before I possibly go travelling, And I have other videos which I record while I'm travelling, because the idea is I will include some videos will be records of what I've done that day while I'm travelling. So, quick videos of what we did. Like my Maximus. Top 5 British animals you wish you could interview if you had time travel. They forget everything afterwards. Henderson, Collingwood, Jellicoe, Hornby, and I'm trying to decide between Howard and Cunningham. I'll go with Howard because that gives me one from the Age of Sail era, from the early Age of Sail era. Your typical gunnery officer. Do you think the US Navy fleet subs in World War II were more effective in terms of sinking enemy shipping than the German U-boat? Putting aside the torpedo problem the US had early in the war. Also, I think they honestly were. Once they got going. Also, do you think the torpedo computers in US fleet subs are the most sophisticated effective torpedo computer at the time? Okay. So let me put it this way. I would say they are very good. I would say that torpedo targeting computers... You have options. But pretty much I would say probably the Americans is the easiest to use and therefore provides the best facilities for its users. That's how I would phrase it. If that makes sense. I haven't managed to do any boxing yet, but that's... There will be Bruships. It's going to be a case of, if I'm sitting on a train, I'll do the Bruships from the train. But, and there might well be a Bruships on the 16th. You know, it's going to depend on what things are happening in that sort of scenario, etc. I'm looking through it. It's going to be an interesting period. So it's going to be a bit up in the air. Okay? So that's why I'm sort of giving reference. I did not listen to the Pitbull and Dolly Parton collab, Renan. Dr. C, if carriers fell out of public favour and everyone wanted battleships and the government decided they could just convert all their carriers into battleships now, what would an Essex and Illustrious look like as battleships? They wouldn't look good as battleships. They're battlecruiser hulls. Fundamentally, carriers are battlecruiser hulls. Fundamentally, that's what they are. And they've got too high. They've got too adjusted for their metacentric height to be good battleships. So you need to modify them heavily. Patron suggestions I think I've already now answered will be open next Sunday. That's going to be for August. Speak for night. Runons. Nice to hear everyone. For the Spanish, were the Spanish county classes intended to replace the Free Spain and Dreadnoughts on a one-to-one basis? I don't think so. I think they were run alongside each other. They had to give them cruisers. Nice to hear everyone. Would a non-treaty heavy cruiser have been a suitable replacement for an aging Dreadnought battleship? Not Not really. Black Maxus, do you think that the Japanese would have accepted a 10.5, 10.5, 744 instead of 10, 10, 744 ratio? Potentially. 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 Is all I can say. Potentially. But then you're ending up with 21, 14, 8, and 8. Which is pretty much similar to what I've often suggested. Henk, if you had a battleship that used electric transmission to pad the screws, how much difference would be made if the main engines are used for flood control pumps? Basically, if you have a central ring system which can power anything aboard the ship as well, so basically you turn on extra engines to increase your power for extra speed, but you can also just run everything on one engine. So you can also use that power for flood control pumps and all those things. So you can power them off the main ring or an auxiliary ring, probably. That's just great. That's just gravy. That's basically what we have today. Please note I'm saying basically. Blind Masters, in freshwater, how does marine life build up on hulls in comparison to saltwater? It does build up slower, and with no anti-fouling, it still builds up slower. And it's usually easier to get off. Do you think the USN having two converted carriers, US Wolverine and Sable, made training carrier problems more effectively? It did make it more easier and more effective. And also, what do the IGN have for training their carrier pilots in the carrier Sierra operations? Hosho. Hosho was used for a lot of the training. Last question 144. Out of the designs for St. Louis class cruisers, which one of them would be likely chosen if France had the chance? Look, I've read different sources about the St. Louis class. Honestly, I think the one you're likely to see is the A3 variant, but there is a potential no on that one. I think the A3 is slightly more likely than the SA1, but you never know. Mainly because the A3 also had aircraft. Nice and great for one. Was question 143. Was 1928 to 20... Yes, 19,000 to 21,000 ton Menace class and 128 to 40 class battleship, the most the Brazilians could operate with available infrastructure. With what they built, yes, but they could have built more. Let's be honest, Brazil is hardly short on coastline. Sonic Nero, how different was life for the average sailor in peacetime on a 74 gunship versus later Ironclad or pre-dreadnought? My name for the pre-dreadnoughts is Victoria. It is the Royal Sovereign type. Pretty much for something you're getting more space. You're getting grimier in some ways, but you're also getting more space. You're getting more space, and you're getting a better level of get a better level of food, etc. But there are issues as well. So it's a half a dozen one on 6 of the other, and summarize. Because let's be honest, in peacetime, most of the 74s were out of work, so they were mostly put into ordinary, and the crews were go have fun, be a merchant crewman. Whereas you had a lot more in the Ironclads and the pre-dreadnoughts, aka Royal Sovereigns, you were usually still on duty. And it was far less likely you would get them dismissed. Nice, so were the Greek Bretagne class intended to counter the two Ottoman super dreadnoughts? Yeah. Hank, if 200,000 plus horsepower from main engines was used during flooding, how much would improve survivability of capital ship in World War II? Trouble is, if you're using all your horsepower for your flooding, you're not moving your ship. You're not doing other things with it, and that's the basic problem. So basically, if let's say you're drawing on that, but you're not, you're using something for speed, etc. Have you got the pumps that can take that? Have you got enough pumps to take that level of power going through them? How can they stand up to it? So yeah, there are issues, all that, but basically, the more pumping power can deploy against flooding, the better. More time you can buy for your damage control parties to do their job. Dr. C, which UK-based franchise services are most likely to ever have a shop set up on an Royal Navy warship? None. None. The British don't like to set up shops. It's the NAFI which get to run. They are a very specialist group. So I don't think you're going to get an actual franchise based on a RN warship. Night 6 everyone. I have no idea where you're getting this from, but I'm always saying, just repeating the same thing to you. They were going to be armed with 16.5-inch guns. I've got books which are in these boxes which show they were being armed with 16.5-inch guns. 16.5-inch guns are what the British were working for. The Nelsons have the 16-inch guns. They are developed after the treaty because the British actually have to develop a new gun, and that's gives them time. Is what gives them time to incorporate their learnings from the German gun system into their new gun system. So, if the guns for the G3s were 16.5-inch guns, because for three reasons: one, that's what they're specified as in the Admiralty documents. Two, that's what they are. That's the logical thing for the British if you consider they go up in 1.5-inch steps. And yes, they're working on 18-inch, and that's 16.5-inch. And most importantly, it fits with the weight and other things they talk about for the shells. So they're 16.5-inch guns. They're not going to be bored out. They were 16.5-inch guns, and they were 16.5-inch, probably 45s. Were there any 16.5-inch guns built for testing by the British? That is an interesting question for which I cannot produce an answer. But there again, I also can't show you an answer where the 18-inch guns are being tested. But they must have been being tested at a certain point. Before they were put on board Furious. It's an iffy thing. So yeah, there's interesting paper trails missing in certain places, and some places they seem to exist. That was not your question. Oh no, that's Scepter Shop. Sorry, nice to go, everyone. Sorry, I've had that question so much. Scepter Shop, no. You've asked me variations on that so many times. I just thought it was you. This is the trouble, because it went QA question 145. Yeah, I saw the question 145. You formatted this congruent with night. Sorry, don't worry. Okay, so if the Great Lakes were all one giant lake, with say the start of the St. Lawrence and the river being an extra wide Niagara Falls, how does it affect the area, along with exploration done by Europeans? Probably would have made it easier, but also would have made it a very large inland sea. That'd be a massive body of water. That'd be a massive body of water. No worries. No. Night Security 1 is counting down, and it's causing fun. But, you know. He started off on 170. We're trying to work it down to 0. Don't worry, we all get confused. 9681. Question Q&A. So question 141. So why wouldn't the two Ottoman super dreadnoughts be a threat to the Royal Navy? They have 10 13.5-inch guns. Because the Royal Navy have so many ships. And by the time the Ottomans get in service, they're going to have, let's be honest, all the Queen Elizabeths and probably all the R's. So, who cares? Seneca, did any navy in the Age of Sail use their ships as cargo ships in peacetime to get more money? The Venetians, most navies do, most navies allow captains to occasionally, operate them, and even in wartime, some of them did some interesting things, so yes. But not necessarily for the nation to earn money, but possibly for the captain. 1640. Back to the 30-knot, 16-inch monstrosity magically displacing Bismarck. How will things go when Hood and Co. realise the range to target is barely opening as they attempt to exchange? Also, I like having questions on Discord. It avoids the character limit of YouTube chat and makes it so much easier for us to read. We can get a relay bot set up to automate copying questions from YouTube chat to Discord to take the workload off. What's his name now? What's his name now? Rune on Apple. If you want to look into the bot and help me set up, I'm happy to carry on using this if people like it. And that'll be today's question. Basically, comment below on the video if you prefer the Discord chat or the thing. And also, the thing is, we could put it so people could load some questions up in advance. I could set it up so that from this point onwards, it's going to be Bruships 154. So when I do it, there's going to be questions. But I was planning on putting a limit of the questions only lasting a week, so that could cause fun as well. Black Maximus. That's something. How would things go when they realize range targets barely opening as they turn to disengage? Probably they're going to keep cracking on speed. The cruisers might be called up to give them smoke. They are also going to be withdrawing on their destroyers, so they're going to be making radio calls to them, and they're going to be making radio calls to Victorious. Victorious is the important asset. The moment they're in range of Victorious launching a long-range strike, she will launch it. Diamond Maximus. Were there any 6.5-inch guns built for testing by the British? I've answered that one. What are the bet details between you and Drac for HMS Argencourt design? We will discuss that when we are on a video together. And gets 1942, your country is at peace and will likely be for the next 5 years, and have dry docks measuring 362 by 62 meters. And you asked to design battleships, what would your design look like? Probably 12, 16, 16.5-inch guns. Probably a good dual-purpose secondary. I quite like the 5-inch, but I could be quite happy with the 4.5-inch. It's going to depend. A 4.5-inch would fit to an extent, but I'd probably go with the 5-inch. If I get the 5.5-inch, I'd be really happy. As a dual-purpose secondary. And then probably I'm aiming for about a 32 knot speed if I can get it. And I want a 16-inch belt. That's my rough idea. So nice to everyone. Question 140. Would I be right that any South American power that wants to be international power will have to contend with America? Yes. That is true. They'll have to contend with America. Actually, I'm not sure how to phrase this properly, but I feel the Royal Navy ships often seem to be compared to designs put down a few years after them. Standards the Queen Elizabeth, Baines the Queen Elizabeth, Majestics the Mainsect. Is it just quirk of the RM building new ships first, or a deliberate misalignment of comparisons? It's usually just a quirk of the RM building new ships first, and then people looking for similar ships to them and going, this must be similar to them! And you're going, yes, but it's also built later. That doesn't necessarily compare badly, though, for the Queen Elizabeth with the standards, let's be honest. Runon, 96831, question, Q&A, question 138. Why are there 19... roughly 20,000 times Madagascar's class referred to as Brazil's first step towards becoming an international power. When they aren't, and they won't be. Because some people are very short-sighted and don't actually read history. Because if you look at it, Brazil already had been a major international power. Remember, there are many times period prior to Teddy Roosevelt becoming president of the United States that South American nations had larger, more powerful navies and were more internationally present than America. There is a reality of history going on there. The South American nations were often heavily involved in the world because they were primarily merchant trading economies, so they need to go out and reach the world. Carrot1151. In the film In Harm's Way, John Wayne's ship is referred to as an old straw-bottom cruiser. Do you know what type of ship this refers to and why? I have no idea, but I will look it up. Mainly because I don't remember the quote. Let me look up In Harm's Way and see what ship it's named for. Okay. Oh, good lord, it's a epic, historical, romantic war film. Oh, good lord, that's worrying me. It's a heavy cruiser. I suppose it's one of their early heavy cruisers. I'm sorry, I'm looking up the description of it. Honestly, their early heavy cruisers, the Pensacola class, etc. I could see those being called straw bottom ships because they are, well, they're scout cruisers, which are reclassified as heavy cruisers because they have 8-inch guns, but they are scout cruisers, and that's what they're built as. So I would say probably it's based on them. Sunland, a wizard does a thing, and pre-Denmark Strait Bismarck replaces Hiroshima at Sever Island. How does it go? Let's see. What's the range that that life happens at Hiroshima at Sever Island? What happens? Oh, frigate, no. I'm sorry, but if you're at 5,300 meters, that's 5,800 yards, then it doesn't matter that Bismarck is more heavily built than Kuroshima. It's still having the same thing. That is... Let me put it this way. That's not knife fighting range, that's mini screwdriver fighting range for a battleship. If you're engaging at 5,000 yards, the British considering a decisive combat range 18,000 yards. You're talking knife fighting range is probably anything less than 10,000 yards. 5,000 yards, roughly around that. That's mini screwdriver fighting range for a battleship. That don't matter what you are. Doesn't matter. You're gonna get mucked up. Payload unknown. You mentioned a while back in a comment that there were some books coming out discussing British heavy cruiser killers. Do you know if any progress has been made off those in your head? I think some progress has been made, but honestly I've lost track of a few things like that while I'm doing the house move, so I will go and inquire more. Ask me again next week. Melanie also gives us a record afterwards of the questions, which can be great assets both to someone watching the VOD and someone trying to go back to review what your answer was. Would make searching for where you answered it in the video much more quickly. Did Blackburn Maximus, did anyone look into building triple turrets during this age of the sovereign battleships? I suppose I should start doing timestamps on all these things, but honestly the questions come in too fast for me to keep up and do timestamps on them all. And put that into the whole description rather than the system I do go with. Magnus, did anyone look into building triple turrets during the age of the sovereign style battleships? Yes, the Italians. And I think the British also did consider it. Speaking of Knight, Runon, Knight Security 1. Was Brazil's ambition to be an international power more delusional than actually doable? No, it was doable. They're a fairly rich country at various points in their life. Hank, if a country built a 50,000-ton sub-battleship hybrid before World War II, what are niche uses that it could fulfill? Okay, these are two mutually exclusive things, because one of those objects is designed to sink, and one of those objects is designed to float under a sustained amount of fire. One's designed to sink to avoid fire, one's designed to float under a sustained amount of fire. Those are the complete opposites of each other. So, a submarine battleship... No. Niches it could fulfill? Not really any. It's not going to be as fast as a regular battleship on the surface. And submerging is going to have an interesting impact on its guns. I'm just thinking about... Oh, good lord, you're talking about a giant version... Oh. Just think of the size of the pressure hull. Oh, for sure. Oh, think about the stability calculations. Oh, good lord. It's gonna be a nightmare. Blackman Maximus, what if Doggerland Hills, Doggerbank was still above water? How does it affect history? It would be a very contested island, as I doubt the British would have given up that like they gave up Heligoland. Rodon, nice to hear. Why are the Minas Gerais class and Rio de Janeiro class called Dreadnought battleships when the Espanias aren't? I think the Espanias are called Dreadnought battleships, they're just very baby Dreadnought battleships. I usually call them baby Dreadnoughts. Someone trying to work out how small the battleship you could build. Payload unknown. Britain learns of the true plans of Yamato class and A150 proposed in 1948. What are the characteristics of the ship that she built in response? The Lion class get finished. The Lion class get built as a priority. Those plans are waved in front of Winston Churchill when he becomes Prime Minister and when he becomes First Lord of the Admiralty and just going, "This is coming!" Basically, the combination is going to be aircraft carriers and capital ships. That's it. That's the same the British plan for dealing with everything at that point. Because the quickest thing you can do at that point is build what you're already building. And the important thing is going to be getting enough things into service quickly enough. So basically, Britain is going to, if Britain sees those plans and those things in 1938, then Britain goes on to a war footing, free shift pattern on all its capital ships and carrier constructions, 1938-39 onwards, and those things are going to be in service quickly, because if you go into free shifts a day on them, so they're constant working 24 hours a day in 1938 before war has begun, yeah, you could get those things through very quickly. It'll be Discord dependent, but you can alternate, especially once you get a Stream Deck. Yeah, the Stream Deck is something I'm going to get once I'm set up in the new office. I'm going to save up and get a decent one, because everyone keeps telling me I'm going to need at least 2 more buttons from what I've worked out than the baby one. So I can't get a baby one. I have to get a full-size one. Not because I need all the buttons of a full-size one, but because I need 2 more buttons than the baby one has. I did look and see if I could get an addition to the baby one, which was an even smaller one. And whether that would make it okay, but that didn't work, seem to work. Baby one just too small. I think I'm also going to need to get a new desk sort of setup arrangement. Maximus, you're in charge of direction and producing a Band of Brothers-like TV miniseries on the Battle of Samar with a budget of 500 million per episode. What actors do you hire and how do you tell a story? I hire complete unknowns and I use the money to build me decent ships. I build ships. I take that £4 billion, because I'm going to do an 8-part series. Oh, no. I take that £6 billion. £6 billion. I do use £1 billion for filming and everything else. No, I didn't change the notification noise. And, yeah. But the sound should be off on the notifications. But, yeah. It should be fun. It would be literally, I would use the money to build ships. I would build ships. I would build one of every class of ship involved in the battle. Has any progress been made on the Bumblebee program by the person you mentioned in the past? I think so. I think that's coming along quite nicely. Blackmail Maximus, the Washington Naval Treaty allowed any ship under 10,000 tons to be built. Given all the funds you need to build the Iron 4 10,000 ton subs, what do you do? Cry. 10,000 ton subs? What are they good for? What are they good for? If we've got 10,000 tons to build a submarine, that's going to be a colossal submarine. Speaking of Light Runon, question 136. Would it be accurate that the Dreadnought battleship was realistically unaffordable for some naval powers? Yeah, but those are very minor nations. What if a British version of Admiral King was First Sea Lord instead of Pound and Cunningham? How would this change things? Well, there was, during a certain period, a guy called Jackie Fisher, and as it showed, it changed things not that much, realistically. But realistically, in World War II, if you have some sort of personality like that of King, you might have had more of a blow-up in the British government, because Pound is quite a reserved leader, and Cunningham's quite a reserved gentleman. They're both good at the politics, but they're both quite reserved. If you had someone more flamboyantly loud, you could have had far more tussles with Churchill. Senator, what era would the Spaniard-class battleships dominate? Would they dominate the Royal Sovereign-class battleships? They'd have more of a chance versus a Royal Sovereign than they would, a Duncan-class. At a certain point, the Royal Sovereign tiled battleships start to get a bit hard for it to dominate. And if you have enough of them, then yeah. If you had a 6 billion on the series, I think you might be able to get a Warspite Traveler, as well as, obviously, you built Enterprise as part of it anyway. Yeah. Hank, if a country built a 50,000-ton subcarrier before the before World War Two, what niche role could it fulfill in World War Two? What niche role could it fulfill? Honestly, again, think about how big you're talking about. You're talking about a sub which is bigger than any of the submarines we have today. If we go to the... Okay, so Typhoon class had a submerged displacement of 48,000 tons. They had a surface displacement of 23,200 tons. Okay? So 50,000 tons, you're talking about something bigger than a Typhoon class. Typhoons are 175 meters long, 23 meters beam, draft 12 meters. Basically, I suppose you in this period, and that's nuclear powered to get it through the water. If you're building a submarine on that scale in that period, A, it's going to be colossal. B, you might... What you're probably going to do if you're going to build it as an aircraft carrier is you're going to be using it as some form of strike carrier / covert attack carrier. And so it would have a beacon, etc., on its on a mast that it would pop up above the water, so aircraft could come back, then bing, and it would surface for them to land and recover. It could be used for covert operations, for insertion of espionage agents, but you're not going to be able to carry that many aircraft. You're going to have a lift. Probably what you're going to do is you're going to have your island structure on the port side of your ship. You're going to have a straightforward, straight ahead takeoff and landing system. You're going to have a catapult system on the deck. You're going to have, and still probably the aircraft are going to be launched in the waves, a single lift somewhere on the ship, somewhere on it, probably level with the island. And you're probably going to have hangars forward and aft that lift, and they're all going to be sealed within the pressure hull, etc. And you're going to have some things to try and seal off that lift to make it watertight, and a watertight area. Oh, it's going to be a friggin' nightmare. You're going to get water in there. Yeah, there are ways you can use it, but honestly, the cost versus just having a regular carrier is just absurd, and the amount of aircraft you can carry, etc. It's might as well just have a regular carrier. It's far cheaper, far quicker and easier. Speaking for the night, Rinon, nice to hear from. If the South American powers had not tried to join the Dreadnought Battleship Club, as they are no means to afford Dreadnought long term, what is the best... They could afford them long term. They did afford them long term. Look at how long Chile maintains theirs. 96 everyone, I would suggest you go do some more reading about their actual programs. And I'd be very careful to make sure you read about the actual economic impact and how they structure it and how they pay for their navies and how important their navies are to them. And I would seriously recommend you think through what they're buying them as, because these are countries which have very recently in their history been dominated by other powers. They have been colonies, and they haven't had the relationship Britain had with her colonies when she left them. These are nations which had to fight for their independence, often with the support of Britain. For them, having these ships is a token of their independence, is a symbol of their independence and their security against becoming someone else's colony. They are incredibly important to them. They do not have them just as a toy. The fact that it turns into a race between the different nations as to who has the biggest one is also a thing that they fight wars against each other on a fairly regular basis. Argentina, Chile and Brazil have fought wars against each other more often than Britain and France in the last 200 years. So, I think you are basing your analysis on these as being crippled nations and third-class nations, and they're just not. Okay? It's like a lot of you could make cases and various things about medium powers and how all the systems they have, some systems medium powers have, and go, do they really have the funds to do this? If they made a decision to, they have the money. That means they don't put the money elsewhere in other things, but that's what suits and fits their needs. So when you're dealing with medium powers, what you're often dealing with is not someone who's going to have the full collection of capabilities, but are going to have picked from capabilities to tailor something to suit their needs. Blackman Maximus, what if the Germans had the snorkel for submarines in World War One? Then you have a whole lot of problems, because you can't use aviation to such great effect against the submarines. And the submarines can recharge while still hiding beneath the water. And you don't have ASDIC as soon. But basically, you probably either need to develop ASDIC or they win to an extent. Excuse me. So as we're asking about it, well, big World War II ships. What would the RM build if it had 50,000 tons to build in standard on a battleship? Oh, it would be about 1260. It would be... Ooh. That's 15,000 tons more. You are probably talking about something which is 12 16-inch gun battleship, 12 16-inch guns. Probably at least. And probably about 30 knots again. John Hexted, what would the British best English language book for the South American battleships be? Well, there's a good one by the lovely Osprey, which is the South American battleships, 1908 to 1959, which is a fairly good start. In terms of other books, let's see, books. Armed Forces of Latin America from 1984 is a fairly decent start, by Adrian J. and published by Janes. That's also got a good stuff in it. So has Rulers, Gun and Money, the Global Arms Trade in Age of Imperialism by Jonathan Grant, published 2007. You've got... I would say... Is that the best one, though? There are some good translations coming up of some of the Brazilian books about the Brazilian Navy, but I would say you're probably looking for Percy Allen Martin's book, Latin America and War. First published in 1925. I think it was republished in 1967. And I have got a copy of that somewhere. I found it in a Cambridge bookstore, though. Yeah, but I found... I'm not sure where how that one's quite difficult to find. Henk, if Japan started World War II with 10, 12, to 12, 5, 400, what would be the best use of them? Causing trouble on the American West Coast. Mine laying and torpedoing along the West Coast caused the Americans to have to withdraw to defend it. Basically caused problems on there, like the Germans caused trouble on the East Coast, and then you cause a lot of problems for the Americans. King George, speaker for the night. King George V, K3. How accurate would have been World War I dreadnoughts with laser, radar, precise ranging, but no other modifying control systems? They'd have been devastating. Blind Maximus, what if the US had continued with the somewhat destroyers and just used regular ammunition for their advanced gun system, replacing the Arleigh Burke's class 1-for-1? They'd been quite good ships. They'd probably be now trying to figure out how to do other things with them, but they're quite a good basis for that, and they would have got a lot cheaper as you built more of them. So, yeah, they'd be quite good ships. Also, what if CGX had been built, replacing Ticos on 1-1? The US Navy would be very happy, again, with Strike Cruiser. What would realistic weights for 20-inch shells be? Oof. Let's see. Well, you're probably looking at your heavy shell in terms of armor piercing, and I've got some figures I looked at roughly for armor piercing. You're looking at, for a 16-inch shell, it's 2,700 pounds in the American system. That's 1.2 tons. You're probably looking at 3,000 pounds for an 18-inch gun on that same system. And you're probably looking at £3,500 for a 20-inch gun. That's a rough estimate based on the way the things work. In terms of your high explosive shell, you're probably looking at it's £1,900 for the 16-inch gun, £2,100 for the 18-inch, and probably around about £2,500 for the 20-inch gun. So I hope that sort of gives you a rough idea. And that's heavy shells, super heavy shells. For heavy and then working your way down to light, you're basically deducting a couple of £100 on each level, sort of. That's very rough figures, though. That's very rough rule of thumb. And I'm sure someone will be looking at that and go, I have the stats and I have it all worked out precisely, and I would go, yes, but the books and things which I would use to work it out precisely for me are all in there, and I'm not getting them out at the moment. So I'm giving you rough figures based off my notes which I had for something else. So 1931. Would it be like question 134? Would it be likely that the Alsace class, after being signed 1945 for World War II, would get the 1948 model 1948 naval gun instead of its planned 100 guns? Probably. Probably. Oh, good lord, I think I have enough time, probably before next questions are over, to set up a box. And I was supposed to be getting a box packed while I was out here. Ow. Interesting enough, the owl was over my knee, not my foot there. I managed to put it in a weird angle. So, these are my bottle boxes, supposedly. That is supposed to be this way up, so I should really sort out this bit first. Okay. Now, you might be wondering, why am I putting together bottle boxes? Well, it's a well-known fact, I have a large number of bottles. I do have a large number of bottles, because I plan on doing an Iron Brew bottle, a glass bottle display, which lights up for my office. I've been planning on it for years. But I finally got everything sorted and everything calmed down in here enough that I was planning on doing it. We started talking about moving it. So I thought, I'm not doing that to move that. It would be a friggin' nightmare. It really would. It would be an absolute nightmare to do and move. I'm not stupid. I'd end up breaking half the bottles. Now, if I remember correctly, Dan has given me a pair of scissors. Courtesy of Dr. Dan. Disposable scissors. He's very kind. But these are terrible. Seriously, how do you use them as a medic? Because they're just tiny. They're tiny. I know. It's, Sorry. The microphone just fell on the floor. And took the mouse with it. And everything else with it. Because it could. Sound still okay? Everyone just doing a quick sound check? Sound still okay? Can you hear me? Five by five. Thank you, Rudon. Nice everyone. Why has US Langley never been reused after CVL 27? Honestly, I think the US have considered it, but it's a fairly loaded name because it was CV1. So it's finding a ship which justifies its use, sort of thing, and that's the trouble. It's both conversely a very synonymous name for the US Navy to use, and at the same time a rather innocuous name for them to use. Because let's be honest, Langley is not that, it's just a name in and of itself. So it's a difficult combination to fit. It's a difficult one to work out what to do with. So that's why they haven't got around to using it again. Now, how good or bad would a 38 cal 20-inch gun with light shells perform during World War II timeframe? Not that well, really, because that's not going to be that long a range. But 20-inch shells are going to be massive when they do hit, so let's put it this way. Not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but not that brilliant either. It's a case of, it would be interesting to see how it did. That iron brew goes everywhere. I will be so annoyed. Now, yeah, this box is theoretically capable, he says, theoretically capable of taking quite a number of bottles. I would also say it seems absolutely absurd in some regards as well. I need 4 in there of the big one. Oh, that's 5 long. That's 5 long. So I need 4 of these down in here. Once I have this set up, I'll be able to properly answer questions again. So this is what you apparently need to do to secure your bottles for transport, in terms of glass bottles. I was told I could not just leave this for the lovely removal men to actually work out. I actually had to do it myself, because it's too expensive to have them work this one out. Just because I was being too lazy. My answer was, I wasn't being lazy, I just had no frigging clue how to do it. Or rather, I didn't know what was expected of me to do it. It's a very interesting and intricate, in many ways, system to put on. I swear it gets more complicated every time I look at it. Right then. There you go. Seriously. I know it's me being fussy. I realise it is me being fussy. Doing all this and having this idea and this sort of thing, and it's... What can I say? For want of a better phrase, it's my latent artistic temperament coming out that I actually am doing this, having this, exceeding this idea, but we're all allowed, I believe, one artistic idea in our lives that we're allowed to follow through and deliver on. And mine is building Oh. Yeah, we're gonna go, or rather, building my glass bottle iron brew wall light up display thing. There we go. Done. Done it! Let's answer some questions. They're far less stressful. Blackman Maxwell's, what kind of weight savings would the Elastic Glass have if they were to you built to an F3 layout by the same specs? You're probably talking a few thousand tons. You're probably talking a couple of thousand tons. There we go. 1, 2. 4. 6. Seriously, I swear it takes me far longer to erect the blooming box than it does to actually fill the box. Filling the box is a work of seconds. Erecting the box is the work of frigging ages. In answer to anyone's question of why haven't I managed to complete this all yet? Because it takes me longer to to create the box than it does to fill the box. And that just feels pathetic. Every time I do it. Because look! I have filled the box. Iron brew bottles. Nicely stored up. Right then. They should all be safe. That should do, and oh, frigate. The book boxes are far more fun to do, aren't they? Because I can talk through the books. These are just bottles of iron brew. This will be done. Once this is done, I'm not going to try another one of these boxes tonight. It's far too boring for you all, and far too. No, they've got to be done. They have got to be done. At least I can say I have done a box tonight. If anyone asks, I did a box. I might have hurt my knee while doing it, but I did the box. There we go. That's up there. Done. Hello, you. Hello. Oh, frigate. Right. Goblin, do you have a ship you can't help but love despite it being absolutely terrible in real life? I'm going through the ships I love in my head. There's a long list. And trying to think of one which is actually terrible. And the thing is, all of them, I can actually provide a good use for them, but they're not always necessarily used that way. And that's where the problem lies. Probably HMS Hermes is the one which gets misused the most. Seneca, you are running a risk here. And I'm going to let some cool air in quickly. It's more complicated putting the box together than it is doing the actual filling the box up. This is fun. This is real fun. Okay. So. Let's see everyone. Question for you. Would it be right that Colorado class and Hood were never intended to be end of their respective development lines? No, they weren't. Let's see everyone. What for the USN, was it more that the Royal Navy would build that was more of a concern compared to the IGN treaty? Look, I'd say the IGN is more of a concern in terms of realistic warfighting concern. But the trouble is, whatever the Royal Navy builds, the IGN will respond to that. And that will affect what you build. Because you have to remember, this is a qualitative race. And so, whilst the IJN and the USN, to an extent, are in a form of quantitative race, where the IJN have already admitted they're going to lose, so they're building to a ratio of the Americans. Kind of like Risk Fleet, but more defensive. Yeah. It's an interesting one. And yeah, I'd say the USN's concerned with the RN's construction more of what it will do with the Japanese construction than they are concerned with the RN construction purely from the perspective of themselves, because they do not consider. No one coherently expects that the Royal Navy and the USN will actually go to war, which is why, for both the USN and the Royal Navy, they are each other's preferred sparring partner in terms of wargaming, because they are the largest potential threat, so therefore you have war games against each other because they are the largest potential threat. But in terms of exercises, both spend their time, most times, simulating exercises as they would against Japan, which is their largest probable threat, if that makes sense. It's gonna depend entirely on your construction, But if we consider what a realistic weight for a 20-inch gun at 35 to 38 cal length me, um, I'd say you're looking at something which is... It's going to be fairly short. Honestly, you're dealing with something which is probably about 600 in its shortage form. It's 630 inches long, so it's the same length as a Mark I naval gun, which is 100 tons. I wouldn't be surprised. This is going to be slightly heavier build. It's going to be slightly bigger build, slightly thicker barrel. So I would say you're probably dealing with something about 130 to 140 tons. Henk, but that is a very rough estimate. Current 115 isn't Langley now synonymous with the CIA making dodgy use? That does add extra joy to it, yes. Speaking for night, Jong UK, had Australia's Navy not been counted as part of the Royal Navy by the Washington Naval Treaty, would they have entertained having a pair of F-3s built for them, or focus primarily on small ships at a cost? The question is, if they're not included in the treaty, what level are they given? If they are they included as the treaty as a separate power? Are they given the same basis as the French and Italians, or are they given a different level? How does it affect the Royal Navy's own capabilities? They all have to be factors in it. They might have gone with the F-3s. They might have gone with the F-3s. They might have gone with N-3s. They might have just built more of whatever the British are building. But also, there again, you're going to, if the Australians are not included in the British total tonnage, that's going to make the Americans upset, and you're also going to have to ask, are the Canadians going to be included? You know, if you do a Washington Naval Treaty and the British powers, India, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and South Africa are not included in the British Royal Navy's tonnage, so they are outside it, then more than likely the first thing that's going to happen is the Royal Navy is going to offload a lot of their 13.5-inch gun ships to them as the starting point, and then they're going to get to work out from there. So, then they get a pair of F-3s, or do they get, I don't know, Tiger and Lion, and then maybe get ships later? This is that's a realistic thing of what they might do. Jumping in right then, they might not. They might prefer to get the off-the-shelf options and work with that. But that's also going to be America's nightmare. Senator, I'm not getting into that one. Hank, if the German ship went Charles 9 300 minutes, Bismarck 4, how much better would they perform? 'So basically, you're going roughly 12 inches and... $17 inches, basically 17 inches and 12 inches. Probably not anything different, honestly. That they're not going to perform that much dramatically better. The main problem they're going to have is if they're working on a 17-inch gun program, it will be known by the British fairly quickly. And that means you might get a very big revert. The pause on the King George V's might still happen, but the Lions might be carried on construction. Because that could be the thing. It could be Lion and Temeraire carry on construction. And King George V probably still gets finished off, but could be King George V, Lion and Temeraire are completed. And maybe, and the King George V maybe restarted, maybe not. But also, the fact is, once you have 12-inch... the Shanos and Gneisenau are already, even with 11-inch guns, that's going to delay them. The reason they go with the 11-inch guns is not through choice. It's because that's what they have available to go at that time without delaying their production. If you want to go with 12-inch guns, that's great, but you're going to have delayed production because to develop those 12-inch guns. If you want to go with 17-inch guns, that's great, but you're now going to have to delay to develop them because it takes long enough to develop 15-inch guns, and you've had 15-inch guns in the past. You've got information to draw from. 17-inch gun you haven't had before, you're going to have to draw something else from that. The Mark 5 16-inch AP engine weighed in 240 pounds for comparison to Mark 8 super heavy 2,700 pounds. Yeah. Because when you look at it, the percentage actually it's the square, it's the square rule, or it's r squared. Pi r squared for the area, and that's the thing. It's not quite the same percentages. If you work down through the 14-inch etc. and guns, pardon me, of the shells, you'll find it doesn't quite work out at the same percentage each time. It gets slightly bigger each time. Square cube law, yeah. And I was giving rough rule of thumb, guys. Please note, rough rule of thumb, guys. H for the Done. Is it okay that I like the 10-inch gun secondary battleships in the Royal Sovereign type era? I don't think they're generally good, but they're quite pretty. I will not critique you over it, but I just don't think the 10-inch really makes sense. The 10-inch doesn't make sense the bigger the guns get in terms of their length. Keep the chatter high. The Senate, I think what Runon's really trying to say is make sure you at him when it's a question, or at Paul when it's a question, or at them both. But otherwise, chat away as much as you can. Make my life easier by giving me more time between questions, because it takes them longer to pick them up. And we will find a bot. We'll work out a bot system. In the 1800s, Germany considered allying with Spain, but neither Wilhelm nor Bismarck really wanted to get in war to defend Spain's empire from internal rebellions. So, if a bit of extra lead got into their beer that day and they did ally Spain, how would the world react to Germany aiding Spain during the Spanish-American War? Would the US have even declared war if they meant dragging European power in as well? Well, Spain's a European power. Basically, if the US getting into a war with Germany in 1890, that's not 1890s. That's not worry. 1898, early 1900s. That's not going to worry the Germans too much. The Americans too much, because again, the Germans have no ability to really reach them without British support. And the thing is, at any point, if the British wanted to shut down the Spanish-American War, if the British wanted to shut down a German-American war, they just shut off coal supplies. They stop them getting coal. And the British do that by very quick methods. They either buy up all the coal that's on the market, or their merchants just don't sell it to your side. And you have to remember that, to an extent, Britain was happy for America to get the territories rather than Germany. And that is one of the things that I think is I'm fairly sure they're discussed. I hope I didn't get that wrong earlier. I think I got it right, but I can't remember because I was talking about you and Paul, so occasionally it slips up in that scenario. Oh. So I hope I got it right. Now, Gobian, in the late 1800s, so I've answered that one. Speaking of like, Knights of Different. Intermediate question, if the Dominions are separate, why would they even want any of the 13.5-inch ships? They're old, slow, inadequately armoured against modern cruiser and battleships. A, what are those modern cruisers and modern battleships in 1920? You're talking about 1920, not 1945. In 1920, they're perfectly fine. B, they're going to be free. And in my experience, free tends to trump a lot of other arguments. C, they will be good ships for them to learn and train on. They've got a lot of officers who already got experience operating on them. They can start to grow their nascent navies, set up their infrastructure. All these things they can grow and develop and try it out on ships which are free. And finally, you have the advantage that because of their age, they can be replaced at any time. So once you're happy, you've got everything set up and you know exactly what you want, you can then build what you want. But until then, you can use something which is free. That's the advantage. Oh, don't worry. That's why that's why the this Discord has a you can only put one every 15 seconds scenario on it going on. At 440, how much of the 16 inches 47? You are still going to retain the same issues. You are still going to be waiting. You know, in this way, you are going to have the same rate of fire as basically up until about 16.5 inches. So after you're there, you start to have issues. So basically, you're okay up to. You can sort of almost put basically you're going to start to be edging towards 18-inch time, but 16.5-inch time is still going to be roughly those 2 rounds a minute. 17-inch time you're probably gonna be pretty much 2 rounds a minute, but it's gonna be tight. In that there are going to be some times you are not going to. It's probably going to be something like 31, 32 seconds to reload because of the weights, etc. Maybe 33 seconds. It's going to depend on difference. And again, you always have to remember those figures, those reload times are given for perfect scenarios under testing when they're not having to change position of the gun, they're not having to change position of the barrel, and not including time going load up to fire, bang again, all those things. So you always have to remember it's a bit of a useful, but not useful. Unless you're a mod, which is why nice. Yeah, I should probably fix that for the mods. 96831, I've spotted your question already. How strong was the argument that Hood was not a post-Jutland ship? Question 130. I don't know if I missed that one, but I would say the argument is very strong that Hood itself was not a post-Jutland ship in terms of bones. Originally, it's designed as a battle cruiser. Okay, a battle cruiser, 2 words, i.e., something which was the updated version of the Invincible class, the British equivalent of what the Lexington class would be, and it was after Jutland evolved into the battle cruiser, 1 word, it would become. It was certainly never a fast battleship. It did not have enough subdivision. It did not have enough framing. It did not have enough of any of the things you needed to make it into that. And didn't have enough armor coverage, definitely. So... Melanie, yeah, but that's also, I was adjusting for caliber and likely shell length, so, as well with some of my figures. But, yeah, you are right, 21-inch, 52 caliber gun, weight was 329.8 tons, and that was 4,850 pound diameter piercing shell. Yeah, but that, well, isn't that the... I think that's just Schwer Gustav, isn't it? Is it? No. Well, maybe not. The Schwer Gustav are 31.5-inch guns. And they fire shells of 7.7 tons. So, yeah, it does get much bigger. Anyway, so yeah, Hood was, I would say, a post-Jutland adaptation rather than a post-Jutland ship. I think for the post-Jutland ships, you have to look at the G3s, the South Dakotas. You have to look at those sort of ships. N3s. Sutherland, if you had the opportunity to refit Hood in late 30s, including the option to have a keeper as a battlecruiser or convert to carriers, how would you refit it? And would a carrier fit even be possible? Carrier fit would be possible, but very expensive and very problematic. Because again, the conversions had shown, it's just not easy. This is the point. Every time someone goes, she should be converted, I go, have a look at the efficiency of the conversions. What kind of carrier do you think you're getting out of her? Especially when you consider how long she's been as she is. You have to trunk the funnel. You have to redesign the entire superstructure. You have to design everything from pretty much the deck above the engine rooms up. You have to redesign the magazine spaces. You have to deal with you have to reorganize the ballast. You have to basically rebuild the entire frigating ship. It's not cheap. It's far easier to build an aircraft carrier. So let's keep with her as a battlecruiser. If I'm keeping her as a battlecruiser, I'm keeping the 15-inch guns, of course, but I want to upgrade them so that they can fire further, so I want to give them the angle upgrade, so they can go from being 30 degrees to as close to 45 degrees as possible. I would also really like to get the 15-inch 50s if I could for her, which I know the British had worked on developing. And there are 15-inch 45s as well that are periodically being developed in this period, so I'd like to get those developed. If I'm given a blank check, I'm getting those developed and I'm converting not just Hood, but every other capital ship I've got, which has got 15-inch guns. Yeah, I know, I was thinking about the 21-inch guns were the German railguns. There is a slight difference between them and battleship guns as well, but leave that to one side. And, so how would I refit her? I would give her the best turbines and engines I could. I would upgrade her to 15-inch 45s, give her the longest range I could. And I would refit her armor plate as much as I could to give her the best quality armor I could. And, yeah. Make her radar ready. If I'm doing it in the late 1930s, if I can, I'm going to want to get a radar on her as soon as possible. Money. Oh yeah, I was just meaning to offer another data point for chat. I think you were also talking about a much shorter barrel. I think the 31 to 36 caliber, 35 to 38 caliber. So yes, it's a much shorter barrel. It works out at roughly 630 inches long, which is the same as the 15-inch Mark 1 15-inch 42. So Johnson, what would a new Hood or renown be if the RM were to bring the names back? Could well be. Capital ship names seem to go to either aircraft carriers or two SSBNs. So probably one of those options. But maybe the Type 83s, depending on how big and how much status they want to give them. I'd certainly love to see them give them those sort of names. I'd love to see them give them battlecruiser names. I think Tiger, Lion, Hood, Renown, Repulse would be great names for them. Night Secretary for one. How would you divide up the 11 343mm super dreadnoughts and the 343mm battlecruisers, as the and the 1911 King George V and Queen Mary had been sunk and two Tigers never got built? I don't understand where you're getting the two Tigers never getting built, but we'll leave that to one side. They only ever planned to build one. They had ideas about others, but they were quite happily building Queen Elizabeth class and Agincourt and the R class, so they never built those. So how would I divide them up? Well, Tiger's not going. Tiger's staying with me, as she did historically. The only ones who really need battlecruisers are the Australians, and everyone else gets a share of the battleships. Probably the better battleships go to Canada, and the rest get divided between them. Because that's basically 14 ships. And honestly, if I've got to divide up between India, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, New Zealand can't really support anything, but I could give them one battle cruiser. So that takes me down to 13 ships. I give the remaining two battle cruisers to Australia. That's taken me down to 11 ships. And basically I've got to divide those ships between four powers. So I'm reckoning each of them get two battleships, so the Australians will have two battlecruisers, two battleships, and all the other remaining three powers will have three battleships, and New Zealand will have one battlecruiser. There you go. And that gives them enough forces to test themselves out and develop what they want and work it out. And let's be honest, that's also quite a powerful force, because if you think about that, yes, those battleships aren't the greatest battleships in the world. No, they're not even 1920, but they're perfectly fine. And to think about the point of view of having to fight them, that means you have to send your battlefleet ships. Or you don't send anything else, because your cruisers aren't going to block them in, especially if they have armor upgrades and target and gunnery upgrades in terms of their range finding. So yeah, you're left with a problem. You either send your battleships out to go and fight them, in which case you have to split up your battle fleet, allowing the Royal Navy's battle fleet to concentrate in on you, or you have to ignore them, and they can ruin your trade and block you off from the rest of the world. Because think about where they're going to be put. They're going to be sitting on South Africa, so that's going to block off the Cape route. Sitting on the coast of India, which is going to block the Indian Ocean. Sitting Australia, New Zealand. Okay, combined with the Indian ones, that's definitely going to block Southeast Asia route. So you've now got and Canadian ones. Oh, great! That can be a problem. It's a problem to deal with. Hank, if a World War II battleship was hit by a 4,850 pound 21 shell, how would the protection system react on all or nothing scheme ships? Well, if it hits an area where there's no protection, it blasts it off, but that's it. They're not really damaged, they are just lost that bit, so, they carry on. On the armor, probably first time, it's probably going to disintegrate the armor. The second hit is going to do the damage. It's also going to depend on the range. If you're hitting at maximum range, what's the impact? Are you hitting the deck? Are you hitting the belt armor? Speak out for night. Dr. Clarke, go back to ducks. Are there duck tours in the UK similar to duck tour we have here on Ottawa? Yes, there's one through London. It's quite a cool one. And I think there's one in Bristol. I meant in Second Tiger. Yeah, it wasn't built. It's gone midnight. It has gone midnight, and it's gone 4 hours. So, yeah, I'm going to say last questions. Carrot 115. If you're refitting Hood in the late 1930s, would modifying the turrets that ended up on Vanguard and doing a swap be a quicker way of doing the angle refit, or is it faster? Is it no faster than with everything else being done? It's no real faster. It doesn't matter. You might do that with those. You might do that with the turrets that end up on Vanguard. You've got the spare turrets sitting there, so you could modify them before, but it's not really going to change things much. Other than you start the cycle, and basically you start the cycle of modifying all the turrets to have the higher range and have incorporate the 15-inch 45s. Totally different animal from the 1000. Ball length for 8 of rifling. The 630 inch you mentioned. Is that rifle length, ball length, or overall length of breech mechanism? That's length with, that's the barrel length. With breech mechanism, I think it's 650. So that's just the barrel length. And I'm giving it the benefit of doubt and claiming that's the barrel length. Yeah, I know it's coming. Thank you. Were there options for Were there options for cruiser building in the Dominions in 20s and 30s that would be the best types? County class, and yeah, the Australians did look at it. The Indians and the rest didn't have a look at it because their governments, their government organisations, whether they were the British government in India, the Colonial Office, or the Canadian. Menzies King didn't really like navies, didn't really want to spend the money. He was worried it would upset the Americans, etc. And the South Africans just weren't interested. Just didn't go for it. Would it blast off in nothing section, or would the shell just sail right on through without defusing your arming? There is a possibility, but the odds are it doesn't, because if it manages to hit a point where it's, how do I put this, thin enough across or down that it's going to pass through before it blows up, that's still going to be a lot of kinetic energy passing through, which is probably going to rip it off to an extent anyway. So it's either going to blow it off or rip it off. That's a lot of kinetic energy you're dealing with. Nice second. So there was a plan to build a Type-class battlecruiser at HMS Limit. This has been something which has been hotly contested over the years. There were certainly some who would have liked to have seen a second battlecruiser. But you have to remember when HMS Tiger is ordered. So, she is ordered in... she's ordered as part of the 1911-1912 program. She's laid down in June 1912, launched 1913, commissioned October 1914. So, pretty much her successor program will be part of the 1912-1913 program. But the only person who really gives it a name, or suggests it, is Siegfried Breyer. And as much as I enjoy Breyer's works and Breyer's efforts in these fronts, there is... how do I put this? He is a very good author on German warship design and German construction. But I'm not sure I trust him when it comes to being the only source which gives a name. Because he's also one of the people who likes to give names of various things to the Royal Navy battleships as being Saint classes, etc. And either he has managed to find a source which no one else has found, or it didn't exist. And there are no records but in the Navy estimates of the time, all found by D.K. Brown, who is another one who I occasionally have issues with, but I think quite similar to Brer in this scenario, to find any record to back it up. So I think Sigfrid Breyer, I think he's found a nice... I have no idea where he's got the information. I have no idea where he's justified it from. I'm sure he's found something, but it's not found by any other historian looking through the British documents. So there is part of me which wonders whether it's some document he found in the German sources, in which case it could have been the Germans presuming it was going to be ordered as Leopard. Germans, you know, the German intelligence jumping to conclusions, all sorts of things. But it's definitely not in any of the British sources I've looked at, or, as said, others have looked at. And I would point out the Navy estimates. You can still find copies of them online if you go and hunt them down. But yeah, Brer is the only one, and I've got his books. They're somewhere in there, but I look at them, I look at his sourcing, and I go, I don't know where you've got this from, because you've not given me a reference for several things. And I think he's also the one who famously says that the N3s were going to be the Saint class, and no, they weren't. G3s were going to be the Admirals, the N3s were not going to be Saints. Again, it's one of those things is, that's a very continental naming scheme, but not a very British naming scheme. If you were a continental navy, yes, you might well name your ships Saints, but if you're the Royal Navy in the 1920s, they would say things like that smacks of popery, and that basically means Catholicism, and yes, Britain is theoretically over its anti-Catholic wars, etc. But there still is... It's far more of an issue. Just look at some of the reactions of some people to Tony Blair being Britain's first officially Catholic Prime Minister. There have been issues over that for a lot longer in Britain. That's more of an issue. Was definitely more of an issue back then than being different ethnicities. You know, Britain had a Jewish Prime Minister before it had a Catholic one. Tells you it, sort of, in the British perspective on these things. And furthermore, the British don't like Satan names on ships. Just look at how often they use them. And look at what they use them for. So no, and there are, as I've said, I've looked before and I found no records of it. And people go, but Brer says, and there's this great sort, and I go, yeah, but there's no, he doesn't give me any reference, and I cannot find a source for it. And all the sources I can find say that they haven't gone before the ship naming committee because they haven't been officially ordered yet. The G3s are being considered by the naming committee, and the reason I'm fairly sure Admirals come out is A, the Admiral class get paused and probably cancelled, and B, the Admirals are a continuation of the names the Royal Navy's using at that time for battlecruisers. Because they've shifted on to Admirals' names to make up for the fact that 3 were sunk. It's part of the image thing. Anson, Howe, Rodney, Nelson. Good scenario. The Admirals themselves, the Admiral-class battlecruisers, were going to be Anson, Howe, and Rodney. And, yeah, then you go, Nelson appears. So I would say Anson, Howe, Rodney, and Nelson. But guys, I don't know, what do you think of the V-22 being used to carry supply aircraft in the USN? I don't think it'll happen. Honestly, the V-22 is a very interesting first-generation aircraft. What the son of V-22 and other aircraft, or rather the Super V-22, whatever the vector version of it was, is going to it will be used for, who knows, but it won't be the first generation which gets used for that. So Thompson, on the animal theme, what would HMS Stag be? Probably a large cruiser. Let's be honest, it's a Stag. I think there might have been a destroyer named it, but you know. Now, yeah. So I am going to say, chat is over in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'm going to put that in here. And when I see that pop up on the screen, I'm going to put, boom, and I'm going to pin it. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you've enjoyed the live chat. Major Villain, I think the N3s probably start reusing the decommissioned Royal Sovereign and old Dreadnought names. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the N3s came out and were called Dreadnought. I would honestly not be surprised if they were called the Dreadnought class. Because, let's be honest, they are a restatement of the Dreadnought. Right then. I think I answered the V22 question. DGV40, thank you, Bug Guy T29, thank you, Colin Cameron, thank you, Runon. Thank you, Runon and Paul and Steve and everyone who's been doing the uploading of questions and making sure they get onto the Discord. As said, I will look into a thing to do it if we prefer Discord, so please answer below if you prefer the Discord as a question host rather than good old YouTube. Thank you everyone who did sort of memberships and super chats this evening. As said, they really are generously received because they pay for all the things. And thank you Melanie6040, thank you Verdun, thank you Blackman Maximus, thank you Stafford, thank you Inns Morrisons, thank you Knight6831, thank you everyone who's been channeling, John UK, thank you Seneca Nero, thank you St. Lane, thank you who else has been chatting away? Colin Cameron, thank you. Shepter Shot, hello, thank you. Thank you very much. And I was trying to do. It doesn't allow me to do a smiley face on here. I can do smiley faces. I can't do them on that. So I can say thank you to people, smiley faces. Thank you, Heck, for all the very interesting. I'm going to work out what form of poetry you're doing your questions in at some point. Thank you, Night Heron Productions. Carriers are battlecruisers. Start dreaming of all that could have been the animal class carriers. I do have, thanks to Seed Otters, I do have something of that. Can I find them? Thanks to Seed Otters, I do have this. Which, as you can see, is an Admiral class next to a G3 class converted to an aircraft carrier. How would it look like if the hulls were converted up? And honestly, it's a pretty good fit. It is a pretty good fit for them. The only thing I think might have been interesting is I think they possibly, considering the time the Admirals would have been converted, the Royal Navy was actually looking and considering deck-edge lifts at that time. So you never know, they might have actually had deck-edge lifts. Could have been interesting. Take care, everyone. Have fun, and thank you for being here. I am off to get some sleep. Thank you, Mark Harness. Thank you, everyone, all the admins especially. Thank you, everyone who's been around. It's fun for me. It gives me 4 hours of enjoyment. I like this. Sunday's my easy day. Twitch streams and Bruships. Bruships where I get to answer questions. Twitch where I get to play games and answer questions. I like both. And the Twitch streams, of course, come out as recorded videos on Mondays. They are a few months behind. Today's Twitch stream actually will be the first video for August. I remember programming it. Discord is easier to access the question page, as on a phone, the question tab in the YouTube is difficult to access. Thank you, everyone. And as I said, yes, I will try and look up and sort out I'll try and find out what I can use if people like it, and just please comment below in the proper comments so I know that on the chat on the video if you prefer the Discord or you prefer this. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Have a nice evening, and thank you for watching. That's wrong. Well, yeah, that's the July ones, but that's not being supposed to. What's the one supposed to come out? Da 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 da. Da da. Where is it? 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 Da, 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 da. It's around here somewhere. The Bruships one. Where's it? The Bruships cover. It's on one of these tabs. Why do I have so many picture tabs? Is it going to work? Yes, it worked! Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, and take care.